Chapter 10:30. It was a woman, her delicate body lying on the ground. Her fairy-like face was stained with blood. However, it was not difficult to see that the injured woman's eyebrows were like jade feathers, her skin as white as snow, and she was extremely beautiful. Her fine black hair was originally tied into a simple Bailuo bun at the back of her head, but now it was a little messy and her hair was disheveled. It's her. Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. When he saw the woman's face with blood, he immediately exclaimed to Du Xiaofu in shock. Du Xiaoyao still remembered that woman. Back then, that woman had threatened to refine him into a Dao artifact. It's her. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's gaze suddenly trembled. The woman lay on the ground, fresh blood flowing from her mouth. Then, her body wriggled and a sound came from her throat. Then, her bloody body began to struggle to stand up. She looked around vigilantly. She's fine after the spatial wormhole exploded. This woman is not simple. She might have a treasure on her to protect herself. She must have a treasure to protect herself. Looking at the woman struggling to get up, many voices of greed came from the surroundings. Many eyes were burning with desire. In a place like this, killing and robbing was not a rare thing. Swoosh, swoosh, in a short instant, the woman, who was riddled with scars, was surrounded by dozens of figures. There were old and young people among these people. They all had evil intentions. They wanted to kill her and rob her of her treasures. However, after carefully sizing up the woman, many people were stunned and their hearts trembled. They had never seen such a beautiful woman. Her aura was not something that ordinary people could compare to. The woman stood up and looked around. Her clear eyes were filled with a cold ripple. Girl, hand over the treasure on you and I'll protect you. How about it? An old man with an extremely powerful aura spoke. His gray-white hair was combed into a bun. He was thin and his eyes were malicious. Old Yin Taoist, this girl is still young. She's not suitable for you. She's mine. A handsome middle-aged man in his 30s walked out. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and held a fan in his hand. Then, he looked at the girl and said, "Girl, come with me. I'll protect you." "Old Ghost Cain, you're already so old. Why do you have to harm a virgin? Just leave this girl to me." A burly man walked out. His sturdy and rough body was like a small giant. He carried a large machete on his shoulder, and there were many mysterious runes on his bulging biceps. His entire person gave off a feeling of explosive power. It's the old Yin Taoist. He's a terrifying rogue cultivator in the Ning province. Rumor has it that he's extremely ferocious and cruel. He once slaughtered millions of people by himself and shocked the Ning province. There's also old Devil Cain. He's an expert who cultivates evil martial arts. He cultivates both martial arts and talisman. He's an expert from the Hehuan school, which is comparable to the top forces in Shangzhou. The disciples behind him should be the outstanding younger generation of the Hehuan school. There's also the giant saber barbarian. He's from the heavenly saber sect of Hanzhou. Rumor has it that he once killed an ancient demon beast with his saber. He can move mountains and overturn seas, and he has the strength to split mountains and rivers. They're all extraordinary experts at the venerable realm. Looking at the three experts at the front, many onlookers gathered around to watch the show. Sounds of discussion could be heard. They seemed to be extremely wary of those three people, and the others didn't dare to get too close. In the distance, many forces of various sizes were entrenched. There were also some elders and burly men who hid their auras. They were all watching the show with interest. Get lost or die. The fairy-like woman's clear voice rang out. Her silver teeth revealed a chill. Looking at the dozens of figures surrounding her, her clear eyes revealed a fierce look. "Oh, you're so chaste. I like this kind of woman. Only then will I have the desire to conquer." The handsome middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. His eyes revealed a filthy look. Her graceful figure and stunning appearance, especially her incomparable temperament, caused ripples in his heart and soul. He had never obtained such a woman in hundreds of years. The fairy-like woman's eyes were fierce. However, she faintly revealed a solemn look. If she was at her peak, she wouldn't even put these 3 people in her eyes. She could kill them in a matter of minutes. However, she was the clearest about her current situation. An accident had occurred in the originally unstable wormhole. She was seriously injured. Even if she had the innate ability to recover, it would be difficult for her to recover in a short period of time. The woman pondered. If she were to take action now, she might be able to kill these 3 people. However, she was afraid that she would be in a desperate situation. Moreover, there were many experts who were hiding in the surroundings. Hence, she couldn't help but be cautious. "Little girl, come with me." The old man with long gray hair and a sinister look looked at the fairy-like woman. The aura on his body surged. He didn't want to waste any more time. Many people in the surroundings seemed to be interested. They were secretly eyeing them. There were many auras that he had to be wary of. Chi. The space fluctuated and a purple-robed figure appeared in front of the fairy-like woman. There was a little golden monkey on his shoulder, and there was a faint smile in his clear eyes. He held a healing pill in his hand and handed it to the woman. Then, a charming young lady and a black-robed youth landed behind the figure in purple. Their bodies rippled with extraordinary auras. When the fairy-like woman heard the familiar voice of the purple-robed figure that suddenly appeared, she immediately raised her eyes. A resolute and determined face appeared in front of the woman's eyes. The childishness from before was gone. There was more fierceness and domineering. However, it was still so familiar. It was the person that she always worried about. "How did you?" The fairy-like woman spoke in surprise. Her eyes were filled with ripples. They were still so moving that they could make people lose their souls. The woman didn't expect to meet him again here. Before she could finish her words, Du Xiaofu interrupted her. He grinned and said, "Don't speak. Take the elixir and recover. Leave the rest to me." The 3 of them are mysterious martial honorables. There are many strong cultivators around. The woman took the healing elixir from Du Xiaofu's hand. However, she had to remind Du Xiaofu that there were many martial honorables around. "They're just mysterious martial honorables." Du Xiaofu smiled at the woman. She was Dongli Qingqing, who had left without saying goodbye in the dark forest. How could he ignore Dongli Qingqing's matters? Then, his expression became slightly domineering. He shouted at the old Yin Taoist, the old Kai Yin Taoist, the giant blade barbarian and the others, "Get lost. Otherwise I'll kill you. Where did this brat come from? You're boasting shamelessly. You're asking for death." Hearing this, the giant blade barbarian shouted. He looked like a giant looking down at the young man from a distance of a few hundred feet. "Du Xiaofu, do it. They have many treasures on them. Don't let them escape." Before Du Xiaofu could say anything, Du Xiaoyao, who was standing on Du Xiaofu's shoulder, shouted as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. She wanted Du Xiaofu to attack immediately. "How dare you, evil creature!" Hearing Du Xiaoyao's words, the old Kai Yin Taoist's face instantly darkened. He was about to attack. "Bastard, how dare you scold me? I'll teach you a lesson later." Du Xiaoyao glared with her golden eyes and cursed. Even if she couldn't defeat them, no one could do anything to her. However, Du Xiaoqing pouted. She and the little tiger didn't say anything. They hadn't broken through to the honorable realm yet. They knew that it was better to step back when facing these honorable realm experts. Du Xiaoqing wasn't worried that her brother would be at a disadvantage. "Humph!" The old Yin Taoist snorted coldly. He waved his hand and the mysterious runes on his palm surged. They turned into a ferocious scorpion shadow and rushed toward Du Xiaofu. He wanted to kill the young man first as an example to others. "Be careful." Dongli Qingqing's beautiful face changed. There was a strange aura surging around her body. She didn't know what level his cultivation had reached. She couldn't see through it. However, the one who attacked was mysterious honorable martial artist. She couldn't help but worry that he couldn't deal with it. "Old man, how dare you attack me? You're courting death." Du Xiaofu's originally calm face was instantly covered with a gloomy and furious expression, revealing a domineering and fierce aura. With a loud shout, he didn't retreat but advanced instead. With a sweep of his sleeve, golden light erupted and directly shattered the savage scorpion phantom. "Die!" Then Du Xiaofu stomped the ground. His figure was like a ferocious beast in human form. He fiercely rushed toward the old Yin Taoist who attacked. Bang! A low muffled sound was heard. The old Yin Taoist howled and his body turned into a bloody mist. His divine soul was destroyed. Even his primordial spirit couldn't escape. The old Yin Taoist couldn't imagine the speed and power. He didn't even know how he died in the end. "I asked you to get lost. You didn't. Go to hell!" Du Xiaofu shouted. Golden light shot out from his eyes. He didn't stop and rushed toward the old Yin Taoist like a peerless ferocious beast. "Oh no!" The old Yin Taoist's face changed. He didn't know that the young man in the purple robe was so strong. A dazzling light spread out from his eyes. It moved people's hearts and souls. A terrifying primordial spirit power swept out. The old Yin Taoist was a martial arts talisman master. He was also an 8-star talisman master. He was good at illusionary primordial spirit. He was famous. Although he practiced evil skills, he was backed by the Hehuan school. Therefore, people of the righteous path didn't dare to provoke him. Overconfident primordial spirit attack. In the terrifying primordial spirit attack, Du Xiaofu directly appeared in front of the old Yin Taoist. He was not afraid of the primordial spirit attack at all. A fist print landed on the old Yin Taoist's chest. Chapter 1031. Crack! As the fist landed, the old Taoist Kai Yin's defense was destroyed like tofu. Then, he let out a miserable howl. The old Taoist Kai Yin's chest was penetrated by Du Xiaofu's fist. Blood spurted out and his flesh was shattered. In the end, his body was destroyed by the golden runes, and his soul was destroyed. Swish! The giant blade barbarian appeared, and the huge blade on his back was unsheathed. His giant body was like a giant beast wrapped in runes, and he rushed over, exuding a terrifying fluctuation. He slashed his blade directly at Du Xiaofu. The blade technique is overbearing, but it's not profound enough. Du Xiaofu's figure was like a god. That was Dongli Qingqing's wave-like carefree step. His figure disappeared under the blade light, and the blade slashed a long gully in the ground. Bang, bang, bang! The rocks on the ground shattered and the earth shook. A terrifying aura rushed into the sky. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of the giant blade barbarian in the next moment. He waved his purple robe, and the dazzling runes burst out with dazzling golden light. The runes rushed out like a rock flapping its wings, and landed in front of the giant blade barbarian, sending his giant body flying. Bang, bang! The giant blade barbarian's figure fell to the ground, and the earth shook. Blood dripped, and the surrounding ground cracked. The huge blade in the giant blade barbarian's hand fell in the distance, and it was immediately chewed up and swallowed by a little golden ape, as if it was eating a delicacy. Swish! Du Xiaofu's figure appeared, and he swooped down from the sky. Wrapped in golden light, the giant blade barbarian felt as if he had seen a golden-winged rock swooping down. The terrifying aura made the giant blade barbarian tremble, and even his soul trembled. At this moment, the giant blade barbarian realized that the young purple-robed man in front of him was a terrifying existence. He must be a top figure among the younger generation of some great force. At least, he had the talent of a human supreme, and was not inferior to Xue Qianzhan in the clan. "I'll leave, let me go." He knew that he could not fight against the purple-robed young man. He was no match for the purple-robed young man, and he did not even have the power to resist. He should not have tried to get his hands on the woman in Green's treasures when he was alone, but it was too late for him to regret it now. You dare to provoke me? Die. Du Xiaofu's figure swooped down in an instant. He was unwilling to stop and directly smashed his fist on the giant blade barbarian's huge head. Bang! Under Du Xiaofu's punch, the giant blade barbarian's head exploded, and a bloody mist shot out. The violet-robed young man showed no mercy, and he killed fiercely, ferociously, and ruthlessly. The three mysterious martial saints were easily dealt with by the purple-robed young man. Countless people in the surroundings gasped. The dozens of people who had originally planned to attack Dongli Qingqing, who had gathered a little closer, fled one after another in shock. What a savage young man! Many experts in the surroundings exclaimed in shock, and many concealed auras fluctuated. The purple-robed young man was valiant. He looked gentle and refined, but once he attacked, he killed fiercely, and he was like a fiend. Du Xiaofu stood there, surveying his surroundings. This place of chaos was just like the dark forest back then. He felt like a tiger returning to the mountains, or a dragon returning to the sea. It was a carefree feeling, and he didn't have any misgivings. That guy is not easy to deal with. Feeling the aura on Du Xiaofu's body, many powerful experts in the surroundings retreated in shock. Many of them secretly retreated, not wanting to provoke the purple-robed young man. Dongli Qingqing was also in a daze. Du Xiaofu's strength surprised her as well. Then, a smile appeared on her beautiful face. That smile was breathtaking, and it was devastatingly beautiful. Whoever dares to come forward, kill them, Du Xiaofu shouted. His purple robe fluttered in the wind and his voice rumbled. He looked around in a domineering and disdainful manner. Some people trembled, and no one dared to step forward. Many experts were also secretly on guard, unwilling to take the risk. There must be a terrifying force behind such a young man. They did not want to get into trouble as soon as they arrived in the heavenly barren city. It was not worth it. I don't care who you are. I, Shui Qianzhan, will not let you go for hurting the people of the Heaven Knife sect. At this moment, a loud shout was heard, and the sound waves shook the clouds. That sound wave alone had made many disciples with lower cultivation go weak in the knees. Swoosh, swoosh at the same time, many figures flew over from afar. Then, a large number of figures appeared in the sky. There were no less than 100 of them, and all of them had extremely terrifying auras. In particular, the first one was an old man in a wide robe. The aura on his body froze the sky, and Dongli Qingqing's expression immediately changed. She became solemn. A tall young man in a battle suit appeared. He looked extraordinary, and he floated in the sky on terrifying talisman runes. A pair of white wings condensed behind the young man's back, like the feathers of an eagle. He immediately landed in front of the giant blade barbarian, whose head had been smashed, with a cold look in his eyes. Shui Qianzhan, he's the top of the younger generation of the Heaven Knife sect in Hanzhou. He's a supreme talent, and he's the leader of the top 10 sky prides in the sealed ancient land of Hanzhou. He's very terrifying after being tempered by the divine thunder. Shui Qianzhan is a supreme talent. After being tempered by the divine thunder, his talent is very close to the peak of the supreme talent. Rumor has it that Shui Qianzhan has already broken through the supreme talent. He's the most terrifying young man in Hanzhou. That purple-robed young man killed the giant blade barbarian. I'm afraid the Heaven Knife sect won't let him go. The Fire Blade Venerable is also here. He's a top expert in Hanzhou, and he has a high status in the Heaven Knife sect. I'm afraid that purple-robed young man is going to die. There was a lot of discussion. Many people had heard about the Heaven Knife sect and Shui Qianzhan. The Heaven Knife sect was one of the top forces in Hanzhou, and Shui Qianzhan was the top of the younger generation in Hanzhou. He was the leader of the top 10 sky prides in the sealed ancient land, which explained everything. Xue Qinzhan looked at the giant blade barbarian whose head had been smashed. Then, he scanned the crowd and shouted, "Who killed my martial uncle? Come out!" The hundreds of experts of the Heaven Knife sect, both old and young, all landed beside the giant blade barbarian's corpse. Everyone from the Heaven Knife sect had a cold look in their eyes. The Heaven Knife sect was one of the overlords of Hanzhou. Even in Tianhuang City, no one could provoke them. "I killed him." Du Xiaofu raised his head. He had heard about Xue Qinzhan's background from the discussions around him. It seemed that Hanzhou also had tempered by the divine thunder. Du Xiaofu secretly guessed that the purple thunder profound cauldron was also in the sealed ancient land. However, Venerable Golden Rock and senior brother Sima Taxing did not mention it. "Boy, you're courting death." Hearing this, Xue Qinzhan immediately fixed his cold eyes on Du Xiaofu. He was secretly shocked. He was 2 or 3 years younger than him. Did he really have the strength to kill Martial Uncle Giant Blade Barbarian? Martial Uncle Giant Blade Barbarian was a mysterious martial venerable, and his cultivation was the same as his. 3 guys just said the same thing to me. Now they're all dead. Du Xiaofu confronted him with a golden light in his eyes. He was strong and domineering. He did not give in at all. He even wanted to fight. As for the hundreds of experts around the Heaven Knife sect, some of them were Venerable Realm experts. Du Xiaofu was afraid of them, especially the leader, who seemed to be called Venerable Fire Saber. His cultivation was not much lower than Feng Qingyang's. He should be a chaotic element martial venerable. This boy must die. Du Xiaofu's fear came true. The leading elder of the Heaven Knife sect stepped out with killing intent in his eyes. He was going to attack personally. "Venerable Fire Saber, leave him to me. He's suitable to be my stepping stone for a breakthrough," Xue Qinzhan said to Venerable Fire Saber as the coldness in his eyes intensified. He had come to Tianhuang mainland this time to seek opportunities and breakthroughs. Seeking opportunities was something that could only be chanced upon. If he wanted to break through, he could find many experts to be his stepping stones. Xue Qinzhan had come to Tianhuang mainland with the intention of challenging the heroes. This time, Kyushu had gathered and stirred up a storm. He, Xue Qinzhan, wanted to fight and make a name for himself in Kyushu. "Being able to kill my martial uncle proves that you're not ordinary. You're qualified to be my stepping stone." Xue Qinzhan looked at Du Xiaofu and waved his hand. Light surged out and a white saber swept out. It shook the void and was extremely sharp. It pointed straight at the sky and emitted a dazzling white light. Dharma Artifact. This is a treasure at the level of a Dharma artifact. It's not an ordinary Dharma artifact. It must be delicious. Du Xiaoyao was excited. Behind Du Xiaofu, she looked at Xue Qinzhan's white saber with greed in her eyes. She was about to drool. "Saber King Xue Qinzhan of the Heaven Saber sect. Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people." Xue Qinzhan pointed his saber at Du Xiaofu. His eyes were dazzling. His battle robe fluttered and runes surged around him. Profound chi surged out. At this moment, Xue Qinzhan looked as if he was standing on a huge wave. He was extraordinary and incomparably sharp. He could cause ripples in the hearts of women. "I'm just a Saber King. I'm known as the Demon King. Demon King Du Xiaofu from Middle Grounds World Society." Du Xiaofu wasn't afraid. Facing this person who seemed to be the strongest among the younger generation in Hanzhou, his battle intent surged. He knew that he had no other way out. He could only fight with all he had. Demon King Du Xiaofu. I remember now. He's the Lord of Terror. He fought 1 against 10 in the sealed ancient land. He's a supreme genius. So he's the Demon King Du Xiaofu. No wonder he's so domineering. Suddenly, some people remembered Du Xiaofu. He was the Demon King who had long been famous in Middle Ground. His reputation had even spread outside of Middle Ground. This is a battle between the peak of the younger generation in the 2 prefectures. It's worth looking forward to. Suddenly, countless expectant gazes shot over. Many obscure auras also shot over. Chapter 1032. Demon King, what right do you have? Xue Qianzhan roared as his aura surged, causing the surrounding void to rumble. He slashed down with his saber, and a terrifying rune burst forth. Qi La. The saber radiance swept out with a fierce aura and slashed toward Du Xiaofu. The world rumbled under the saber, and its power was shocking. The space was also shattered. Such a saber attack shocked countless people. Little Xue Qianzhan, the Saber King, was indeed the top person of the younger generation in Hanzhou. This saber attack was enough to make the mysterious martial lord tremble in fear, and even his primordial spirit tremble. Humph! Du Xiaofu did not dodge. He waved his hand and golden light burst forth. A thunderous fingerprint swept out and collided with the saber radiance with the lightning finger of the divine light court. The terrifying saber radiance was blocked and dissipated. At this time, the Fireblade Venerable also fixed his gaze on the battlefield, and there was some surprise in the depths of his eyes. You have some ability, but it's not enough. Xue Qianzhan attacked again. The white wings on his back flapped and his speed skyrocketed. He swooped down and slashed out several times in a row with shocking power. He was like an invincible saber god. The saber radiance swept all around Du Xiaofu. Competing with wings? I have them too. Du Xiaofu roared as his hair fluttered in the wind. The true rock wings on his back flapped, and golden light shot out in all directions. A vast and domineering aura swept out, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Qi! Du Xiaofu swept his wings and the rock soared into the sky. Golden light erupted like the sun and a sharp screech resounded. In the next moment, there were golden talisman runes erupting in the golden light. It was as if the shadow of a golden-winged rock flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The power of the golden wings was rolling and directly destroyed the saber radiance. Its power suppressed Xue Qianzhan. Du Xiaofu knew that he had the advantage, so he forcibly destroyed the suppression. Is this the profound meaning of the golden-winged rock? Xue Qianzhan was astonished. That overbearing and sharp aura was like the Upanishad of the golden-winged great rock. After being stunned for a moment, Xue Qianzhan's expression changed. A white armor covered his body as a peerlessly swift and fierce aura swept out. The mysterious aura of a martial honorable erupted without restraint. That might was sufficient to make even a nirvana martial honorable tremble. My stepping stone, you're even stronger than I imagined. You're even more beneficial to me. Kill! Xue Qianzhan bellowed with an arrogant expression. His eyes were cold as he stared at Du Xiaofu and slashed out with his saber once again. Swish, 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 the saber light was accompanied by the blazing runes, and it instantly traversed the sky. Such a terrifying blade light seemed to be able to slash the heavens. Golden light gushed out from Du Xiaofu's eyes. He flapped his wings and used the rock's golden wings to block the attack. Golden runes filled the sky and blocked the saber light in the void. Boom! Huge spatial waves gushed out from the surrounding space, causing everyone to gasp in shock. Roar! Xue Qianzhan's saber light did not dissipate. He formed a seal with one hand and activated his pulse spirit. A white demonic leopard covered in snow-like white scales burst out in light as it roared and pounced at Du Xiaofu. A terrifying aura filled the void as the ice-scale leopard's roar shook the heavens, causing the pulse spirit in many people's bodies to tremble. The ice-scale leopard was one of the top demonic beasts on the heavenly beast list. It was the absolute ruler of the leopard race. Xue Qianzhan's pulse spirit was different as it was absolutely like a living creature. A martial king realm cultivator's pulse spirit would be nourished by their pulse spirit. When the pulse spirit was successfully cultivated, it would allow the pulse spirit to communicate with the physical body and fuse into one. It would then become an emperor and suppress everything. When one reached the martial honorable realm, the pulse spirit would go from communicating with the spirit to transforming into the spirit. There were a few levels to transforming the pulse spirit. The first was to create the pulse spirit's body, allowing the pulse spirit to awaken its intelligence. This was equivalent to nurturing a new pulse spirit. It would be personally nurtured and fused with one's body. The second level was transforming the pulse spirit, allowing the pulse spirit to truly become a living creature. The third level was transforming into the true spirit, which was also the final stage. It would allow the pulse spirit and the pulse spirit to completely fuse and leave the pulse spirit's body. At this stage, the pulse spirit would be equivalent to one's avatar and be able to kill enemies from 10,000 miles away. However, the final stage of transforming into the true spirit could only be achieved when one reached the martial domain realm, which was the hardest realm to reach. No one had ever heard of someone being able to transform into the true spirit at the martial honorable realm. Shui Qianzhan's pulse spirit has already transformed from creating the pulse spirit's body to transforming into the spirit. Many elders were shocked when they saw Shui Qianzhan's pulse spirit. Shui Qianzhan's strength was not exaggerated. From his pulse spirit, one could see that Shui Qianzhan had unparalleled talent on the path of cultivation. All honorable realm cultivators knew that every step in the pulse spirit was extremely difficult to comprehend. The further one went, the harder it would be, and one's speed would gradually slow down until it was impossible to take another step forward. Then, one's cultivation would stagnate. At such a young age, Shui Qianzhan already had such a comprehension of the pulse spirit. It was shocking. If news of this spread, it would definitely scare people to death. Roar! Everything was as fast as lightning. The pulse soul ice scale panther was in front of Du Xiaofu in an instant. Its terrifying power was about to tear the void apart. Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold and intimidating. He waved his left hand and his 5 fingers slightly bent. Suddenly, mysterious runes flashed on his fingertip. A claw print seemed to want to tear the space apart. Energy ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the claw print. Qi-La golden light burst out from the claw print, and the dazzling talisman runes wreaked havoc like golden lightning. It was as if a golden-winged rock was about to spread its wings and soar into the sky. At this moment, the densely packed figures all felt their pulse spirits tremble. It was as if their pulse spirits were facing a sovereign. Qi-La. The terrifying aura of the claw print spread, and fear faintly flashed across the eyes of the ice scale spirit. However, it was all too late. Countless golden lightning snakes shot out from the golden claw imprint and ruthlessly landed on the illusory figure of the ice scale heaven-rend leopard in an overbearing manner. Crash! After a short stalemate, the ice scale heaven-rend leopard's illusory figure was torn to shreds in an unstoppable manner. Crash! The white runes that filled the sky shattered, and a terrifying energy storm spread out in an arc. Pucci. Blood flowed out from Shui Qianzhan's mouth as his gaze turned grave. At this moment, Shui Qianzhan found it hard to understand why his pulse spirit was so weak. The other party's claw was like a real golden-winged rock descending. Immeasurable pulse spirit. In the next instant, Shui Qianzhan roared and attacked with all his might. His long hair fluttered and runes erupted from his armor as he activated his pulse spirit. He wanted to kill his opponent and break through. Boom! Shui Qianzhan's pulse soul was activated. Layers of surface space ripples surged like dazzling waves and engulfed Du Xiaofu. Qi at this moment, under the activation of his pulse spirit, Shui Qianzhan's blade caused sparks and broken runes to fly out from Du Xiaofu's golden-winged rock and started to suppress Du Xiaofu. In midair, Shui Qianzhan's saber landed squarely on Du Xiaofu's golden peng wing, which was used to protect his body, and sent Du Xiaofu flying backward. This pulse spirit was terrifying. It could seal space and make people tremble. What a terrifying pulse spirit! It must be at the pinnacle of the human sovereign level. It's too terrifying. At this moment, Anyone at the same cultivation level would be crushed. Shui Qianzhan is so powerful. His strength is terrifying. Everyone was shocked. A pulse spirit was the guarantee of a cultivator's future. At this moment, Shui Qianzhan's terrifying pulse spirit was terrifying. It's indeed a terrifying pulse spirit. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly as he retreated. His eyes were filled with shock. This person was definitely stronger than Jiuling. At the same time, while Du Xiaofu was retreating, he quickly condensed a handprint in his left hand, and a vigorous and surging aura suddenly appeared like a peerless ferocious beast that wanted to soar into the sky. Du Xiaofu quickly gathered strength in his left fist and punched out towards Shui Qianzhan's invisible meridian soul power. He had already used all his strength apart from his meridian soul, martial vein, and purple gold heavenly palace. Boom! At this moment, Du Xiaofu's physical strength had been pushed to the extreme. He used all his strength and his aura was domineering. This was the tyrannical fist Dao. Roar! This punch was accompanied by a dragon's roar and a divine elephant's cry. The void rumbled and lightning flashed in the sky. Boom, 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 as the fist flew out, it started from the spot in front of Du Xiaofu. The void exploded as if it was about to collapse. The ground below cracked and the rocks on the mountain collapsed. The terrifying rune ripples were like a tsunami. They swept across the void as if they were about to destroy everything. At this moment, the void violently shook. The invisible tyrannical aura shook the space and caused the void to ripple. It was as if thunder was rumbling between the heavens and earth. At this moment, countless gazes were filled with fear. That kind of confrontation, using strength to break through 10,000 techniques, those two youngsters were both so valiant. After a short stalemate, monstrous energy instantly exploded. A terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions. Shui Qianzhan suddenly spat out blood again. The armor on Shui Qianzhan's body also began to crack. His body was sent flying and the blade light dissipated. "You'll become my stepping stone." Du Xiaofu didn't stop. His black hair fluttered and golden light rippled in his eyes. His figure appeared in front of Shui Qianzhan like a ghost. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was covered in golden light. It was as if he was in the middle of a dazzling sun. Shui Qianzhan wanted to take his life while he was down. At this moment, Du Xiaofu wanted to kill Shui Qianzhan, who was filled with killing intent towards him. Suddenly, an indescribable power appeared in the surrounding space. A terrifying aura surged from afar, almost locking down the entire space. "Brat, you're courting death." At the same time, a sinister and unpleasant voice rang out towards Du Xiaofu. A terrifying aura enveloped the area as a supreme expert interfered in the battle. Today's update is complete. Chapter 1033. It was the Heaven Saber Sect's Fire Saber Venerable, the super expert that the Heaven Saber Sect had dispatched this time. Seeing that Shui Qianzhan was in danger, the Fire Saber Venerable would not stand by and do nothing. He was the strongest in the Manchu, or even the strongest in the entire Han state. He was the future of the Heaven Saber Sect, and no accidents could happen to him. Du Xiaofu did not stop. He waved his hand and a stream of light shot out. Terrifying runes fluctuated, and a cold iron body with runes gathered and various runes pounced forward. The aura was surging and sharp. It was the Cloud Saber, who was at the peak of Transcendent Martial Venerable. Woo-woo, the Cloud Saber Venerable made ear-piercing sounds and directly blocked the Fire Saber Venerable. Runes surged all over the sky. Rumble, in an instant, the sky trembled violently, and the wind and clouds surged. The Fire Saber Venerable was a chaotic element martial venerable, but the Cloud Saber Venerable's strength was at the peak of Transcendent Martial Venerable. In addition to the puppet body and the various runes on the Cloud Saber Venerable's body, the Cloud Saber Venerable Xiahou Fenglei's protection barely withstood the Fire Saber Venerable's attack. Xiaoyang Seal. A golden handprint shot out from Du Xiaofu's palm. It was the Shaoyang seal, which was second only to the tyrannical fist Wei. It shot out in a flash and enveloped Xue Qianzhan, who was retreating. Du Xiaofu had the intention to kill. He would not let Xue Qianzhan go. He was also a stepping stone for his breakthrough. Du Xiaofu felt that he had benefited a lot from this battle. For example, his opponent's comprehension of the meridian spirit had surpassed his. How can you be so strong? You've only just become a martial venerable. How is this possible? Xue Qianzhan, who was retreating, was shocked. The terrifying handprint was overbearing and its power sealed the void. Xue Qianzhan was a mysterious martial venerable and was invincible among his peers in Han State. Not long ago, Xue Qianzhan had killed a peak mysterious martial venerable loose cultivator who had provoked the Heaven Saber sect. That was why the giant saber venerable had stayed and waited for the other Manchu disciples of the Heaven Saber sect. They were only the first batch of disciples from the Heaven Saber sect were. The Heaven Saber sect was bent on obtaining the opportunity in Tianhuang mainland this time. Xue Qianzhan could feel how terrifying the demon king Du Xiaofu was. He was so young, yet he was so terrifying. Rumble! Xue Qianzhan unleashed his last resort. The white wings on his back covered his body as he frantically defended against the golden handprint. However, everything seemed so weak at this moment. Everything was destroyed and his wings exploded. Du Xiaofu's figure transformed into a golden bolt of lightning. He flapped his wings and appeared in an instant. No, Xue Qianzhan roared. He could feel Du Xiaofu's killing intent and his face turned ashen. You're not qualified to kill me. Du Xiaofu soared into the sky and punched Xue Qianzhan's chest, smashing it into a bloody mist. The most powerful person among the younger generation of the Heaven Saber sect and the entire Han State, Saber King Xue Qianzhan, was blasted apart by the demon king Du Xiaofu in such a manner. Everyone was dumbfounded. The demon king Du Xiaofu was too powerful. From the beginning to the end, he did not use any weapons or martial veins. He fought with his physical body. How terrifying was that? He was simply a peerless, ferocious beast in human form. Good saber, it tastes good. Du Xiaoyao appeared in front of Xue Qianzhan's white saber and began to devour it. Everyone was shocked as if he was chewing on a delicacy. The fire saber venerable roared. However, he was blocked by the killing machine, Yun Mu, and could not escape. He even had to be wary of Yun Mu's fierce attacks. The fire saber venerable was furious. His aura exploded and shot into the sky. Kill. The hundreds of people from the Heaven Saber sect came to their senses in a short period of time. Among them, more than 10 martial honorables were filled with killing intent. Everyone exploded and charged towards Du Xiaofu. Among them, there was a peak martial honorable realm expert and a few nirvana martial honorables. However, among the first batch of people from the Heaven Saber sect, there was no transcendent martial honorable. Only the fire saber venerable was leading them. Bullying us with numbers? 8 astral winding river formation. Du Xiaofu's face turned pale. However, he was fearless. He yelled and formed a seal with his hands. 30 formation flags were instantly formed. Following this, a series of whooshing sounds could be heard as the 30 formation flags flew into the sky. They were emitting a mysterious aura. A powerful and vigorous aura immediately surged out of Du Xiaofu's body. Just as the many venerate experts of the Heaven Saber sect charged over, a huge talisman formation that was 3,000 meters wide appeared in the sky. It seemed to blot out the sun and the sky. The terrifying aura that was faintly emitted from the rune formation caused the expressions of the experts to change. Bang! Immediately, the entire space began to tremble with a rumble. Boundless rune energy gathered around the rune formation and sealed off the space. An ancient aura filled the area and was extremely powerful. It trapped the martial honorable realm experts of the Heaven Saber sect within it. 8 astral mysterious rune formation. Setting up a formation in an instant is a harsh requirement for one's primordial spirit. Is that Demon King Du Xiaofu an 8 astral mysterious rune formation master? The surrounding onlookers inhaled a breath of cold air as they stared at the symbol array that instantly covered the sky and covered the sun. Evidently, none of them had expected that Devil King Du Xiaofu was also a frightening symbol master on top of his terrifying physical body. Bullying us with numbers? I'm the Demon King. Today, I'll kill all of you. Du Xiaofu's figure stepped out of the rune formation. The golden-winged rock flapped its wings and swept out with a golden storm. It charged towards the remaining martial emperors and martial kings of the Heaven Saber sect. Du Xiaofu was filled with killing intent. Since the other party was relentless, there was no need for him to hold back. It would be beneficial for him to kill more of them. Anyway, the Heaven Saber sect would not let him go. Du Xiaofu was going to start a massacre. That guy is going to start a massacre. Let's go first. After Du Xiaoyao swallowed Xue Qianzhan's white saber, she immediately returned to Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, and Dongli Qingqing's side. Let everyone leave first. This was Du Xiaofu's voice transmission to Du Xiaoyao. Let's go, Du Xiaoqing nodded. She knew that it would not be a problem for her brother to escape. With their strength, they would not be of much help. They would only be a burden if they stayed. It's dangerous for him to be alone. Dongli Qingqing narrowed her eyes. After taking the elixir, she seemed to have recovered a lot in a short time. It had a lot to do with her own means. Don't worry. Brother will get away. Du Xiaoqing had confidence in her brother. Dongli Qingqing narrowed her eyes and gritted her teeth. She then left with Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoyao in the fierce battle. Boom! Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and charged toward the disciples of the Heaven Saber sect. Given Du Xiaofu's current cultivation base, killing the disciples of the Heaven Saber sect, who were at the Martial Emperor realm or Martial King realm, was like a ferocious tiger charging into a flock of chickens. Set up the formation and resist together. Amidst the screams and wails, the elders of the Heaven Saber sect shouted. Talisman masters set up formations, and Tao artifacts were summoned. All of them surged towards Du Xiaofu. Talisman scripts filled the sky, blotting out the sun and the sky in an attempt to stop Du Xiaofu and buy time for the paragons to forcefully break the formation. Kill! Du Xiaofu uttered a cold roar and unleashed a massacre. His ferocious attacks caused the surroundings to tremble in fear. Du Xiaofu's outstanding flesh was not afraid of being surrounded. His claws tore the 7 Stars Talisman formation apart, causing the disciples of the Heaven Saber sect to cry out in agony as their flesh exploded, causing them to spit out mouthfuls of blood. Bang bang bang! A series of explosions took place, causing the crowd to become restless. Asshole, the Heaven Saber sect will surely tear you into pieces. The Fire Saber Martial Highness uttered a roar furiously. However, Yun Mu continued to pester him. He was intimidated by the terrifying puppet. The Fire Saber Martial Highness summoned a fiery saber in his hand and slashed at Yun Mu. The saber glow that was capable of tearing the heavens and earth apart could only inflict a slight injury on Yun Mu. Kill Du Xiaofu was like the real Demon King. He uttered a cold roar and attacked with all his might. His figure emitted a golden glow as he flapped his wings and dashed forward like a real golden-winged ping. His eyes sharpened as his aura of a 9 heavens supreme spread across the place. Du Xiaofu went on a killing spree, causing the disciples of the Heaven Saber sect to cry out in agony as their corpses exploded into pieces. Less than half of the disciples of the Heaven Saber sect were killed by Du Xiaofu in the blink of an eye. Many of the remaining disciples of the Heaven Saber sect were severely injured. Their eyes were filled with terror. Demon King, that's definitely the Demon King. The Heaven Saber sect has offended the real Demon King this time. The surrounding experts were astounded. They were relieved that they had not offended the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. The deaths of the elites among the younger generation of the Heaven Saber sect was enough to inflict great damage to the Heaven Saber sect. Rumble, finally, the 8 stars talisman formation that Du Xiaofu had constructed was destroyed by the Martial Highness realm experts of the Heaven Saber sect. A terrifying aura swept across the sky and shook the 9 heavens. Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of faint golden blood. His face turned even paler. However, Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Du Xiaofu did not want to stay any longer. The Martial Highness realm experts, complete Martial Highness realm experts, and a few Nirvana Martial Highnesses made Du Xiaofu fearful. Once he was trapped, he would be in great danger. We can't let him leave. The furious Martial Highnesses of the Heaven Saber sect were not willing to let Du Xiaofu go. They used all their strength to attack Du Xiaofu. However, the speed of Du Xiaofu's golden rock wings was not something that anyone could keep up with. In an instant, he had disappeared from everyone's sight. However, the Martial Highnesses of the Heaven Saber sect were still in hot pursuit. Woo woo, the Cloud Lion roared and started to retreat. Asshole, even if you run to the end of the world, the Heaven Saber sect will tear you into pieces. The fiery Saber Martial Highness had given up on the Cloud Lion. He was unable to defeat the Cloud Lion within a short period of time, thus he could not afford to let Du Xiaofu escape. Therefore, he gave up on the Cloud Lion and immediately chased after Du Xiaofu while the Cloud Lion was retreating. Chapter 1034. The remaining disciples of the Heaven Saber sect who were fortunate enough to survive finally collected their thoughts and trembled in fear. The crowd was astounded as they took deep breaths. The Demon King Du Xiaofu's figure was deeply imprinted in the hearts of the crowd. Despite facing the Heaven Saber sect alone, he had still managed to kill over 10 people, including the Saber Emperor Xue Qianzhan. Xue Qianzhan was the strongest among the younger generation in the entire Han continent, but he had still died in such a manner. Don't provoke that little demon king, his strength is too terrifying. The crowd burst into an uproar. Some even warned the disciples of their sects not to provoke such a terrifying existence. Outside the Tianhuang city, Du Xiaofu immediately became famous after a single battle as soon as he arrived. At this moment, Du Xiaofu plunged into the vast mountain. Although over 10 Martial Highness realm experts were chasing after him, Du Xiaofu's speed was outstanding to begin with, not to mention the golden ping wings on his body, further increasing his speed. Even the peak Martial Highness realm experts were left far behind. However, as the chaotic element Martial Highness continued to chase after him, his obscure aura lingered in the surroundings. Du Xiaofu's heart skipped a beat. It was unlikely that he would be able to run far. With his current strength, Du Xiaofu was not confident that he could escape from the chaotic element Martial Highness. Even with the help of the Cloud Beast, it would be disadvantageous to him if he continued to delay the battle. Little bastard, you won't be able to run away. If I let you escape today, I, the fiery Saber Highness, swear I'm not a human. The voice of the fiery Saber Highness echoed in the sky as he furiously chased after Du Xiaofu. How could he possibly let Du Xiaofu escape? Suddenly, a rolling river meandered through the mountain range. The water surged, stirring up huge waves that were several zhang high, surging and surging violently. Go down! Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered as he turned his head to look behind him. A blazing figure was getting closer and closer. Abruptly, the golden wings of the great rock behind him flapped as he dove into the raging river. As Du Xiaofu's figure dived into the river, a faint purple-golden electric arc that was barely visible to the naked eye was emitted. Little bastard, you won't be able to escape. I'll make it so that you won't be able to escape. The fiery Saber Highness appeared and unleashed a terrifying saber glow, slashing at the rumbling river. Whoosh! As the blade light swept down, the sky was densely covered with dazzling and scorching runes. The blade light shook the heavens and the earth, and with a rumbling noise, directly cut the rolling river in half and cleaved a deep gully in the mountains. Rumble, the river water flowed in reverse, and huge waves soared into the sky. The surrounding mountain peaks collapsed and shot out. The primordial chaos martial lord's attack could move mountains and overturn seas, flattening the surroundings. Cheen his highnesses to the chaotic element highnesses to him to escape to him to the s saber high. Be to be there. To the heavens? Swish. To over 10 martial highness realm experts arrived and stood behind the fiery saber highness, observing the surroundings. Find him, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find that kid. The fiery saber highness uttered a thunderous roar. His eyes were burning fiercely while his face reddened. Xue Qianzhan of the Manchu had been blasted to pieces right in front of him, and over 10 disciples had been slaughtered. If the news were to spread, the Heaven Saber sect's reputation in Kyushu would be utterly destroyed. He would not be able to explain himself to the Manchu either. Bang bang bang, the martial highness realm experts immediately bombarded the surroundings, razing the place to the ground. The martial highness realm experts' bombardment caused the surrounding mountains to crumble and the river to change its course. They even dug Zhang into the ground, but Du Xiaofu was nowhere to be seen. It was as if Du Xiaofu had disappeared into thin air. He had entered the river and disappeared without a trace. That kid must have some way to escape. We've been tricked. The eyes of an old man of the Heaven Saber sect flickered as he blurted out furiously. Quick, let's go back and find the people around that scum. I'll chase after the puppet. The fiery saber highness was startled too, but he quickly cast a glance at the martial highnesses beside him. If they still could not find the kid must have some way to escape. The monk could run away, but the temple would not be too far away. The cultivators and the puppet that were with the kid were still around, thus the kid would not ignore them. Whoosh whoosh, the martial highnesses of the Heaven Saber sect immediately left. The fiery saber highness sprang into the sky and vanished into thin air too. The quiet mountain range was calm. The river that had changed its course surged forward like a raging flood, destroying everything in its path. Rumble! The deafening sound of waves, surging in all directions, reverberated endlessly within the mountains. 2 hours later, the fiery saber highness figure appeared in the sky once again. His eyes were gloomy and filled with a tremendous murderous intent as he snapped furiously, "Scum, you won't be able to leave the Tianhuang mainland." Following the furious words, the fiery saber highness figure turned into a fiery ray of light before vanishing into thin air. Night still fell. The surroundings had already calmed down. There were a few stars hanging in the sky in a disorderly manner. Roar, faint cries of beasts could be heard deep inside the mountain range. Whoosh, amidst the rubble of the river, there was a small piece of purple gravel hidden in the rubble. Suddenly, a purple gold light flashed. The electric arc flickered and turned into a 3-legged cauldron a few meters wide. A young man in a purple robe walked out from it and withdrew the cauldron into his palm. The young man in a purple robe was none other than Du Xiaofu. As soon as he entered the river, Du Xiaofu entered the purple thunder profound cauldron too. Concealing one's presence was only one of the functions of the purple thunder profound cauldron. Inside the purple thunder profound cauldron, Du Xiaofu even consumed some pills to adjust his breathing. He was not in a rush at all. He should be far away. I should look for Yunzhan and Shao Qing. Du Xiaofu stretched his back and disappeared from where he stood. After a while, in a canyon, Du Xiaofu appeared in front of Yunzhan, who had concealed his presence and looked like a piece of scrap metal. Yunzhan's hollow eyes glowed with a black light before he was kept into Du Xiaofu's Qianquan bag. The night was about to dissipate, but the moon was still setting in the west. A few broken stars were hanging in the sky. In the distance, the roars of beasts could be heard. The canyon was dark and gloomy. The surrounding rock walls were crumbling as if they were going to collapse at any time. Dongli Qingqing sat cross-legged on a rock. Her pale face had regained its color. The speed of her recovery was astonishing. "Shao Qing, will your brother be okay?" Her voice was clear and coquettish, making people feel comfortable and close to her. As soon as she finished speaking, Dongli Qingqing stood up. She'd already changed into a clean set of tight green-colored clothes. Her brows were like jade feathers, her skin was white as snow, and her jet-black hair was once again tied into a simple hairstyle behind her head. She possessed a moving bearing, and her clear and watery eyes that seemed like glass were sufficient to make any man lose his soul. "Don't worry, my brother will be fine." Du Shaoqing nodded firmly. Her ethereal eyes were filled with fluctuations. She had absolute confidence in her brother. "That's true. He is a monster, so he will definitely be fine." Dongli Qingqing nodded. A smile appeared on her beautiful face. Her smile was so beautiful that it could topple cities. She had long known that this guy was a monster. All these years, he was still so ferocious and shocking. "How do you know my brother? Why haven't I seen you before?" Du Shaoqing looked at Dongli Qingqing curiously. She seemed to have never heard her brother mention this beautiful girl in front of her. Du Shaoqing could sense from her invisible aura that this fairy-like girl in front of her was no ordinary person. "When they met, you weren't here yet." Du Xiaoyao rolled her eyes at Du Shaoqing. At that time, Du Shaoqing was still nowhere to be found. "You must be the stone demon from back then. I didn't expect you to have the body of a red-bone horse monkey." Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaoyao and smiled. She recognized Du Xiaoyao. Du Xiaoyao was surprised that Dongli Qingqing knew her identity at a glance. She curiously sized up Dongli Qingqing. Then, she immediately looked up at the abyss and said, "That guy is here. He's fine." Whoosh, a moment later, a purple figure landed in the abyss. A smile appeared on his resolute face. It was Du Xiaofu. "Are you all okay?" Seeing little Qing, Dongli Qingqing, little Tiger, and Du Xiaoyao safe and sound, Du Xiaofu smiled and relaxed. "How could anything happen to us? With me here, they won't be able to find us." Du Xiaoyao smiled confidently. With his talent, escaping and hiding would be no problem at all. "How are your injuries?" Du Xiaofu walked up to Dongli Qingqing. Looking at the fairy-like girl in front of him, he felt his heartstrings being tugged. After not seeing her for so many years, the girl in front of him had matured and become more and more attractive. "My injuries are no longer a problem. I have to thank you this time." Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaofu. There were some strange ripples in her eyes. She gave off a faint aura, like a fairy from the depths of the forest. "Why did you leave without saying goodbye in the dark forest?" Du Xiaofu asked. Back when he was being hunted down by the Black Fiend sect in the dark forest, the girl in front of him had left without saying goodbye. Over the years, he had often thought of this fairy-like face. There was a reason back then. "I didn't have time to say goodbye. It's good that you're fine." Dongli Qingqing opened her mouth slightly. A hint of helplessness flashed across her face. Half of her hair swayed slightly. She raised her hand and said with some charm, "This time, you fought with the Heaven Saber sect because of me and formed a grudge. You should think about the consequences first." Chapter 1035. "It's fine as long as you're fine." Du Xiaofu smiled before looking up at the surrounding rock walls. "We're still in danger. The people of Heaven Saber sect might still be nearby. However, there's no time. I need to enter Tianhuang mainland immediately." There were a few wisps of milky white fog on the towering rock walls. The sky was about to brighten. On Dongli Qingqing's fairy-like face, a glint flashed across her glassy eyes, which was hard to fathom. Then, her eyes flickered and her thin lips curled slightly as she said to Du Xiaofu, "To go to Tianhuang mainland, you have to enter Tianhuang city first. You can go to Tianhuang mainland from the back of Tianhuang city. However, the people of the Heaven Saber sect must have returned to Tianhuang City at this time. Their target should also be the signs of the Divine Thunder Manor that appeared recently on Tianhuang mainland. There's no time to wait. I have to go now. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. Then, his eyes were filled with determination and sharpness. My drunkard brother is in danger in Tianhuang mainland. There's no news and his whereabouts are unknown. I can't wait any longer. Let's go to Tianhuang City then. That's the only city outside of Tianhuang mainland. It's the gathering place for news. Perhaps we can find out a lot of news, Dongli Qingqing said. After the darkness before dawn, everything was silent. The night faded and the light of dawn gradually brightened from the grayish-blue dome. A soft mist rose from the abyss of the canyon. The surrounding mountains were smeared with a layer of milky white, making everything hazy and illusory. Whoosh, whoosh, several figures darted into the air and then disappeared. Tianhuang City. Although it was called a city, it was not big and was at most a small town. This was the only way to enter Tianhuang mainland and also the habitat of Tianhuang mainland. There were not many ordinary people, but as a gathering place for many cultivators, there were many businesses and it was rather lively. In particular, those who entered Tianhuang mainland were all experts of Kyushu. Those with low cultivation would be courting death if they entered Tianhuang mainland. Therefore, there were quite a few shops in the heavenly desolate city. Many rare high-level pills and elixirs could be found in the heavenly desolate city. Recently, the heavenly wasteland city was even more crowded. All the inns were full. The various forces surged into Tianhuang City in search of the Divine Thunder Residence ruins that had appeared on Tianhuang mainland. It was unknown who spread the rumor, but it was said that the younger one was, the greater the chance of entering the Divine Thunder Mansion to obtain the inheritance. Therefore, almost all the experts of the major factions above Kyushu had gathered on Tianhuang mainland to protect the younger generation of their sex. It was rumored that many hidden forces had also appeared. Although the infinite wasteland city was full of experts and people, there was no fighting. There were rules in the infinite wasteland city. It was the only habitat in the entire vast Tianhuang mainland. If anyone could fight in the infinite wasteland city, it would have been destroyed long ago. Therefore, a long time ago, the infinite wasteland city had set a rule that no disputes could be settled in the infinite wasteland city. Otherwise, they would be jointly besieged by the major forces in the infinite wasteland city. Now that the top forces above Kyushu had entered, they were considered to be abiding by the rules. If they fought in the infinite wasteland city, it would inevitably anger the other forces. By then, they would undoubtedly be hated and become the target of public criticism. This time, all the forces of Kyushu gathered on Tianhuang mainland and naturally had to pass through the infinite wasteland city. All of a sudden, countless handsome young men and women gathered, which was amazing. The Saber King of Hanzhou, Xueqianzhan, is dead. He was blasted to death by the Demon King of Zhongzhou, Du Xiaofu. That Demon King, Du Xiaofu, is really strong. He's a terrifying genius. Rumor has it that Du Tingxian has disappeared from Tianhuang mainland for a long time. No one knows where he is hiding and can't find him anywhere. That Du Tingxian seems to have obtained an item that is related to the Divine Thunder Residence. If we can get that item, we can find the real Divine Thunder Residence. Now, everyone is looking for Du Tingxian. If we can get the item in Du Tingxuan's hand, we can seize the opportunity. I heard that many dragons have descended on Tianhuang mainland. They want to seek revenge on Du Tingxian. I'm afraid that Du Tingxian won't be able to hide for long. He will be found sooner or later. The bustling streets of the infinite wasteland city were filled with shouts and hawkers. Many discussions spread, and it was indeed a place where one could obtain information from all sides. Thank goodness, at least my alcoholic dad is fine for now. On the streets, several figures stood in inconspicuous corners and concealed their auras. They were Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoqing, Dongli Qingqing, Little Tiger, and Du Xiaoyao. Wandering the streets, Du Xiaofu finally felt a little more at ease after hearing the news. At least from the current news, there didn't seem to be any bad news about his alcoholic dad. However, this still left Du Xiaofu in a grave mood. Let's get out of the city and enter Tianhuang mainland first, Dongli Qingqing whispered to Du Xiaofu. Her graceful figure and face were sized up by many people along with Du Xiaoqing. The two ladies stood in an inconspicuous corner, but they were naturally able to attract attention. Let's go. Looking at the many gazes around him, Du Xiaofu frowned slightly and left. Everyone secretly sized up the surroundings. The infinite wasteland city wasn't small and it was rather majestic. The city towers were ancient but extremely majestic, like an ancient city that had been around for a long time with mottled traces left behind by time. The city could be said to be packed with people. There were all kinds of shops on both sides of the streets, and the sounds of hawking could be heard incessantly. In these shops, apart from selling some daily necessities, most of them were spiritual herbs, elixirs, cultivation techniques, martial skills, and various materials that cultivators needed. There were even demon beast mystic bones for sale, but the prices were extremely shocking. Those high-level demonic beast mystic bones were not something that ordinary people could afford to buy. There are so many venerable realm experts and many martial emperors. There are also many talented young people. Du Xiaofu whispered to himself. The aura of a martial venerable could be sensed constantly on the street. Many young men and women walked by, all of them with extraordinary temperament and dazzling looks. They are all the major forces in Kyushu. They are all here to look for the divine Thunder Mansion. All the experts of the major forces are protecting the younger generation of the sect. They are here to look for opportunities and obtain the inheritance of the divine Thunder Mansion, Dongli Qingqing explained. Get out of the way, all of you get out of the way. Suddenly, there was a loud shout from the street. The voice reverberated through the streets like thunder. Du Xiaofu turned around and frowned slightly. He was stunned and dazed. Du Xiaofu looked at the street behind him and saw a huge carriage rolling over. The strange thing was that the carriage was dazzling, but it was pulled by 4 ferocious and terrifying strange beasts. The strange beasts had the head of a dragon and the body of a horse. They were dozens of feet long and covered with snow-white scales. Runes covered their bodies and their auras were all at the complete Beast Emperor realm. Oh my god, those are white-scaled draconic horses! Someone immediately exclaimed. Those were the terrifying white-scaled draconic horses. It was said that they were the descendants of the ancient horse clan and dragons. They were a terrifying demonic beast that was extremely terrifying in any city. Now, 4 white-scaled draconic horses at the complete Beast Emperor realm were pulling a carriage. How could people not be shocked? Today's update is complete. Chapter 1036. A young man in his late 20s sat in the carriage. His eyes shone like the brightest stars and he was as handsome as a jade carving. Several young men in their mid-20s stood respectfully at the edges of the carriage. They all had the aura of a human, and all 6 of them were martial honors. The white-scaled draconic horse is the mount of a true descendant of the dragons. The one in the carriage is a descendant of the dragons. It's the cub of a true dragon. Dragons, the legendary dragons. Do they really exist? Don't speak. That's the cub of a true dragon. If they're unhappy, the dragons could attack them at any time. The dragons are really here. It looks like they're going to take revenge on Du Tingxian. The young men and women looked at each other. Many of the arrogant young men and women looked at each other. However, an old man's expression turned serious. His gaze was sharp as he stopped the young men and women in the mountain gate to avoid provoking the dragons. To be able to show off like this, he should be in existence with a high status in the Dragon Clan. The few human youths around him are battle servants that the Dragon Clan youth has subdued. That Dragon Clan youth is very strong. Dongli Qingqing seemed to be introducing Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoqing, and Little Tiger. She looked at the young man in the carriage from afar with a serious expression. Dragons! Du Xiaofu's gaze turned sharp. The dragons must be here to look for his drunkard father. Stop! Suddenly, the young man in the carriage waved his hand and the carriage stopped abruptly. At the same time, the young man with the dragons in the carriage looked out and looked at Du Xiaofu and the others. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Little Tiger and looked puzzled. So you're from the tiger tribe. You seem to be a dark sky tiger. How rare. Become my mount. The young man with the dragons wore a green battle suit and stared at the little tiger. What's so great about dragons? They're more like my mounts. In the depths of the little tiger's pitch-black eyes, black and golden runes rippled. With the bloodline of the dark heavenly tiger and the essence blood of the golden-winged great roc flowing in his body, the little tiger was absolutely fearless in front of the dragon's youth. Dragons were the kings of all beasts. They were the most terrifying beasts in the world. However, the little tiger now had the bloodline of the dark sky tiger. It was the emperor of the tiger race. It was rumored that it was not inferior to the white tiger race. The white tiger race was an existence that could contend against dragons. The golden-winged roc was the nemesis of dragons. How could the little tiger be afraid of the dragon's youth? Moreover, the little tiger knew that the dragons had offended the third young master by attacking Du Tingxian. When the surrounding onlookers heard this, many of them immediately retreated. They were afraid that the young man with the dragons would fly into a rage and suffer an unexpected calamity. At the same time, the young men around the carriage jumped out. There were a total of 6 of them, and they all landed in front of Du Xiaofu. 6 auras surged and their eyes were fierce and filled with coldness. Come with us or die. The leader of the 6 young men was clad in armor. He shouted at the little tiger with a murderous aura. He was extraordinary. If this person was placed above the Kyushu, he would definitely be the leader of the younger generation in any prefecture. Get lost. Du Xiaofu's expression suddenly turned gloomy. His eyes were suffused with a cold golden light. A loud shout came out of his mouth. His voice was like a roar, and it shook the surrounding space endlessly. His voice was like a rolling wave, rippling like a tsunami. Thud thud. Under the terrifying air waves, the 2 young martial honors staggered a few steps back. Their expressions changed drastically. Under the rolling sound waves, the young man with the dragons in the carriage was puzzled and surprised. He immediately looked at Du Xiaofu. Fighting is prohibited in the Tianhuang city. At this moment, the rolling sound waves came from midair. Then, it calmed down. Let's go. The young man with the dragons waved at the 6 young men. There was a strange fluctuation in his eyes. Whoosh whoosh, the 6 young men with murderous auras leaped back around the carriage and stared at Du Xiaofu gloomily. Giddy up, the 4 white-scaled dragon horses galloped again and the carriage sped away. The young man with the dragon's voice was heard. We'll meet on the Tianhuang mainland. Be careful of that guy. He's very powerful. He must have a high status among the dragons. Dongli Qingqing said to Du Xiaofu. She could see the murderous intent in the young man with the dragon's eyes. If they met on the Tianhuang mainland, a bloody battle would be unavoidable. I wonder how the dragon blood tastes like. Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold. It had been a long time since he drank the blood essence of a demonic beast. The blood essence of a dragon's must be very effective. If he could roast a dragon, it would be even more delicious. It's the demon king Du Xiaofu. The demon king Du Xiaofu, who killed Xue Qianzhan and many disciples of the Heaven Saber sect yesterday. After the young man from the dragon tribe left in front of many shocked gazes, countless pairs of eyes from all around landed on Du Xiaofu's group. Some of them immediately recognized Du Xiaofu. Let's go. Du Xiaofu frowned. There might be more people from the Heaven Saber sect in the Tianhuang city. The chaotic element martial honorable was still there. If they met, it would not be easy. Then, everyone immediately dived into the crowd and left quickly. No one dared to stop them. The Demon King Du Xiaofu's name made people wary. The Heaven Saber sect has issued a bounty. Anyone who can provide accurate information about the Demon King Du Xiaofu will be rewarded with a high-grade Dao artifact. Whoever captures the Demon King Du Xiaofu will be rewarded with a Dharma artifact and an honorable grade God Vein elixir. There was a lot of discussion, and some people's eyes were burning. Bastard, the Heaven Saber sect is really ruthless. They actually issued a bounty. Du Xiaofu rushed into the crowd and cursed. It was definitely dangerous for him. It means that the Heaven Saber sect thinks highly of you. Ordinary people don't get such treatment. Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaofu's shoulder with a face full of schadenfreude. She was not worried at all about being hunted down. Another person from the beast race with an extraordinary status has come. It seems that the Tianhuang mainland is more lively than I thought. Suddenly, Dongli Qingqing raised her head slightly and looked into the sky with her clear eyes. Whoosh, in midair, waves of air rolled over and over. Four huge creatures flapped their wings and flew over. They looked like birds, yet they were not. They were like the wind and the phoenix. Their bodies were completely red, and their bodies were wrapped in rolling flames. Everywhere they passed, white smoke spread out and the ground was scorching hot. It's a blazing fire, Luan. Du Xiaofu was slightly surprised. It was a terrifying existence on the heavenly beast ranking. It was said that it had the bloodline of the phoenix race. Its bloodline level was definitely not lower than that of the white-scaled dragon horse. The four blazing fire Luans flapped their wings and pulled a phoenix carriage that was flying in the air. It was ancient and engraved with talisman mystic patterns. It shone with a rainbow light and a beautiful woman could vaguely be seen sitting inside. That's someone from the phoenix race. With a blazing fire Luan as her mount, she must have an extremely high status in her race. Dongli Qingqing's eyes flickered as she said softly, "It seems like the beast race is determined to get the divine Thunder Manor. It's definitely going to be a fierce battle this time." Dragons and phoenixes, Du Xiaofu murmured. Those two races were two major races among the beast race. It's said that there are a total of 3 most ancient and powerful beast races. Dragons and phoenixes are 2 of them, Dongli Qingqing said to Du Xiaofu. What other races are there? Aren't the 4 strongest races the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Phoenix, and Black Tortoise races? Du Xiaofu was curious and asked Dongli Qingqing. He did not know which of the 3 strongest beast races there were. It was said that the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Phoenix, and Black Tortoise races were the strongest among the beast race. Chapter 1037. There were also some other beast races whose bloodlines were definitely not inferior to the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and the other 3 races. However, the strength of the entire race could not compare to the 4 races. Just like Du Xiaoqing's original form, the Baifeng, there were many other ancient beasts whose bloodlines were not inferior to the Azure Dragon and White Tiger. There was also the golden-winged Great Peng, which could feed on dragons. Naturally, it was not inferior to the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and the other races. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Dongli Qingqing's beautiful eyes moved slightly. She continued, "Actually, the White Tiger and Black Tortoise races are after the Azure Dragon and Phoenix races. Legend has it that before the Ancient Age, after the beginning of the world, there was a period called the Primordial Age when all living things in this world began to multiply on this land. At that time, all living things vied for development. Humans were still extremely insignificant. There were only the strongest 3 races, the Flying Beast, the Scaled Beast, and the Beast race. The representatives of those 3 races were the legendary Phoenix race, dragons, and finally, the Qilin race." Qilin race? Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. He had never heard of this race before. He was puzzled. A race that could be compared to the dragons and phoenixes could not possibly be unknown. Dongli Qingqing smiled. Her red lips parted slightly as she said softly, Legend has it that the Qilin race was destroyed by the dragons and phoenixes before the ancient age. They disappeared from this world, causing a great calamity. That great calamity of the world caused the living beings to be plunged into misery and suffering. Blood flowed like rivers. Later on, the dragon race and the phoenix race fought to the death again. Both races suffered heavy losses, so the dragon race retreated to the Four Seas, and the phoenix race also retreated to Wudong Mountain. Only then did the other races in this world begin to rise, including us humans. However, for countless years, the phoenix still reigned supreme among the beast race, and the azure dragon reigned supreme among the scaled beast race. Four Seas, Wudong Mountain. Du Xiaofu had heard of these two places before. The Four Seas were the four vast seas outside of Kyushu. It was said that no one had been able to cross it. Wudong Mountain was a vast mountain range. It was rumored that it was a forbidden area for living beings. No one dared to enter it, so not many people in the world knew about it. Du Xiaofu had seen this place in some of the ancient records of the Du clan. You really know a lot of things. Du Xiaofu looked at Dongli Qingqing in astonishment. It was absolutely impossible for ordinary people to know about these legends from before the ancient times. It was enough to show that Dongli Qingqing was not an ordinary person. What was left in my clan knows a lot about the secrets of this world. To the people of the outside world, it is a secret, but to many people in this world, it is not a strange thing, Dongli Qingqing said. Let's get out of the city first. There is no time to lose. I have to find drunkard father as soon as possible. Du Xiaofu became serious. Finding drunkard father was more important at this moment, so there was no time to waste. Dongli Qingqing and Du Xiaoqing nodded, and then the group headed out of the city. Just as Du Xiaofu and the others were about to leave the city, there was a quiet courtyard in the bustling city. There were a dozen figures sitting in the hall. At the head of the table was an old man in yellow robes. His eyes flickered with lightning. He was the Inlay elder of the devil religion. There were a dozen people beside him. They all wore hats and robes. They appeared mysterious, but their auras were extremely powerful. This time, all the major powers of the 9 states have been drawn here. Even quite a few hidden powers have appeared. Many descendants of ancient demonic beasts have appeared in the beast region. The Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the others have all sent out powerful youth. Their leaders are all veteran experts. It seems they're determined to obtain the divine Thunder Manor. An old man beside the Inlay elder frowned slightly. His voice was extremely respectful to the Inlay elder. The emissary said that we must obtain the inheritance of the divine Thunder Manor at all costs. Anyone who gets in our way must be killed. The Inlay elder's face was gloomy. After escaping from the Alpha Hall, his injuries seemed to have mostly healed. His voice was somewhat sinister. I heard that Du Xiaofu has also appeared here. Should we attack first and get rid of Du Xiaofu? A gloomy voice was heard. Beside the Inlay elder was an old man who looked to be in his 70s. He seemed to be able to look down on the world, but at this moment there was a dazzling cold light in his eyes. He was Xinguang, Heavenly Master of the Divine Light Court. Du Xiaofu. Hearing those 3 words, the Inlay elder suddenly let out a bone-chilling sneer. His eyes were surging with killing intent. He said, "It's good that he's here. I was afraid that he didn't come. It's best if Xiahou Fenglei comes with him. Once they arrive on the Tianhuang mainland, none of them will be able to escape. It's not easy to deal with Xiahou Fenglei. Will the emissary come personally this time?" Xinguang, Heavenly Master, asked the Inlay elder. "There are some things that you'd better not know. The emissary will tell you what you need to know." The Inlay elder glanced at Xinguang, Heavenly Master, his yellow robe fluttering slightly, and then said, "In short, the devil religion is determined to obtain everything in the divine Thunder Manor. In addition, Lord Moksha has arrived on the Tianhuang mainland. When necessary, he will contact us. We have to cooperate fully. Lord Moksha." Xinguang Heavenly Master's eyes trembled slightly when he heard this. He said, "Is that the terrifying master of the religion? Is he also here for the divine thunder manner?" Xinguang Heavenly Master's eyes flashed with displeasure and coldness. The Yinlei elder's words had obviously upset him. However, Xinguang Heavenly Master's cultivation was not lower than the Yinlei elder's, but he had to be restrained by the Yinlei elder. "I don't know whether Lord Moksha is here for the inheritance of the divine thunder manor, or to compete with Kyushu, the beast region, and the demon realm. With our status, we can't get in touch with Lord Moksha. We just have to wait for Lord Moksha's orders." Xinguang Heavenly Master's eyes flickered, and then he continued slowly, "Go out and find out how many experts have come this time. Don't pay too much attention to the 8-star spiritual talisman masters and martial venerables. Only the terrifying masters who have stepped into the martial domain realm and 9-star spiritual talisman masters are the most troublesome. Once the divine thunder manor appears, I'm afraid those terrifying masters will be attracted." Yes. More than 10 people bowed and responded. Then, they slowly left the hall. The heavenly wasteland city was neither small nor big. It took Du Xiaofu 2 hours to travel all the way to the gate of the heavenly wasteland city. The heavenly wasteland city was free to come and go, so it was not difficult to leave the city. The crowd was densely packed. Various forces had gathered, and the experts of the 9 states had come. It was an unprecedented and unimaginable grand occasion, causing Du Xiaofu to be extremely surprised along the way. Martial Royal Realm cultivators, who were rarely seen, were everywhere inside and outside the heavenly wasteland city. There were also many martial venerables. The real experts had gathered. Roar! There were demonic beasts roaring in the air. Many terrifying demonic beasts flapped their wings and flew across the sky. There were many carriages pulled by demonic beasts, but they were not as impressive as the carriage of the young man from the Azure Dragon clan and the woman from the Phoenix clan. There are so many experts. Out of the heavenly wasteland city there was a huge mountain range with a wide view. Du Xiaofu could not help but exclaim. Dongli Qingqing smiled and said, "The heavenly wasteland mainland is full of dangers. It is not a place where ordinary people can set foot. Now that there is news of the divine thunder manor, of course, those who have come are experts. Kyushu is vast, and there are also beasts. There are many experts. Everyone, be careful." Du Xiaofu stopped exclaiming. There were experts everywhere. It was said that the heavenly wasteland mainland was full of dangers, so they had to be careful. So many people have treasures on them. I really want to eat them. Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. His head tilted left and right as he looked around. His gaze was filled with greed as he looked at the many experts around him. He could feel that those experts had quite a few treasures on them. "Don't cause trouble for me. We have many enemies." Du Xiaofu had to warn Du Xiaoyao, afraid that Du Xiaoyao would cause trouble. "You seem to have caused more trouble than me." Du Xiaoyao rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. She was clearly unconvinced in her heart. She was very unconvinced. Chapter 1038. Big Brother told you not to cause trouble, so just don't cause trouble. Du Xiaoqing's ethereal eyes were also staring at Du Xiaoyao. Naturally, she was on Du Xiaofu's side. "Little Qing, you little girl, to think that I stole spiritual herbs for you to eat back then." Du Xiaoyao was surrounded by the two of them. Her golden eyes looked very innocent and angry. She was very unconvinced. However, Du Xiaofu and the others ignored her. Several people flashed into the mountain range. Without any specific information about his drunkard father, Du Xiaofu could only go around and ask around. After 2 hours, in a canyon in the middle of the surrounding mountains, multicolored light soared into the sky. Energy fluctuations also came from many quarreling voices. "There are spiritual herbs ahead. Someone is fighting for them. I'll go take a look first." Du Xiaoyao seemed to have sensed something. Her eyes lit up. After her small macaque body swept down from Du Xiaofu's shoulder, she turned into a five-fingered mountain peak and disappeared on the ground. Du Xiaofu raised his head. Many quarreling voices came from ahead. There seemed to be many people fighting in front of him. There were no less than hundreds of people, both old and young. However, among those people, there did not seem to be any particularly powerful auras. Nevertheless, many middle-aged and old people were also venerable ones. The remaining young men and women of the younger generation were also very extraordinary. In the canyon of the mountains, many figures were extremely excited. There were even densely packed flashing runes. I've said it before. We beasts discovered this place first. Whoever dares to take a step forward will be killed. In front of the canyon, a young man in his 20s had the aura of a beast ruler. He was dressed in tight clothes, and his burly figure outlined the bulging lines of his muscles. He looked very powerful. This young man was extremely unruly. A fierce light flashed in the depths of his eyes as he shouted loudly at the hundreds of figures in front of the canyon. Behind this powerful young man, there were more than a dozen young men and women, as well as several middle-aged men. Most of them had the aura of humans, and seemed to be their battle servants. The remaining few were all powerful demonic beasts in human form. Hearing the shout of the powerhouse in his 20s, although the hundreds of human powerhouses were noisy, none of them dared to take a step forward. They all seemed to be extremely fearful and fearful. Green-headed dragon, what do you mean? This isn't your beast race. Do you think we humans are easy to bully? An arrogant young man, could it be that he was the beast ruler of the beast ruler? Roar. Just as the human young man said, a dragon's head, a dragon's, a dragon, and a dragon's. The dragon's head. The young's dragon's head was Inza's. The flood dragon's ferocious bloody mouth opened and sucked, causing a ferocious aura to surge as talisman markings shot into the sky, and then it transformed into a terrifying and ferocious vortex that swallowed the young man and the 10+ young men and women around him. Crack! Crack! The dragon's scales were messy, but its head was green. As it closed its mouth, more than 10 people were crushed in its mouth. Blood splattered everywhere as it swallowed them whole. In the end, the cyan-headed flood dragon transformed into a young man in human form. His terrifying and ferocious aura rippled. His ferocious gaze swept across the frightened humans in front of him, and he said, "Whoever dares to take a step forward will end up like this." Everyone in the surroundings suddenly became silent. All of them were trembling in fear. They were so scared that their hair stood on end. That terrifying flood dragon was actually so powerful. Some of the powerful middle-aged men and elders seemed to have some misgivings. Although they didn't look too good, they didn't dare to step forward. The dragon 9th Crown Prince is inside collecting spiritual herbs. Whoever dares to step forward will die. The powerful young man shouted. He looked at the crowd with disdain and arrogance. He didn't put anyone in his eyes and didn't take them seriously at all. The dragon 9th Crown Prince is the descendant of the true dragon. He's the crown prince of dragons. We can't provoke dragons. Some elders and middle-aged men tried to find a way out for themselves. They also warned the disciples of the mountain sect not to provoke the dragons. The dragons were terrifying existences. Even the top forces of a province didn't dare to provoke them. Many people wanted to leave. They didn't want to provoke the dragons. They were existences they didn't dare to provoke. If he were to offend the dragon clan, he was afraid that even his sect would be destroyed. The green dragon is a demonic beast on the heavenly beast list. It must taste good. At this moment, only Du Xiaofu stared at the powerful young man. His gaze was cold, but his mouth was dripping with saliva. The dragon 9th Crown Prince. Is he one of the dragons? Du Xiaofu stepped forward and stared at the powerful young man. His gaze swept across the dozens of people behind him. There were several demonic beasts with extraordinary auras. They were all existences on the heavenly beast list. There were also dozens of humans. They should be battle servants. Kid, your question is ridiculous. The dragon ninth crown prince is the descendant of the true dragon. He's the ninth crown prince of the dragons. His status is incomparably high. Puny humans, get lost. Otherwise, you'll be stuffed in my teeth. The green dragon sneered. Its eyes were fierce as it stared coldly at Du Xiaofu. So what if you're the descendant of the true dragon? You're also a mixed blood dragon. I've eaten a mixed blood dragon before. I wonder if the blood and meat of a newly ascended venerable beast tasted better? Du Xiaofu stared at the green dragon calmly. He licked his saliva dripping from his lip. However, no one noticed the coldness in the depths of his eyes. It can't be. Does that kid want to eat the green dragon? Who is that kid? He must be crazy. The two women by his side are really beautiful. Don't implicate those two beautiful women and let them be stuffed between the teeth of the cyan-headed flood dragon. Many people were about to leave, but they stopped when they heard Du Xiaofu's words. Many people even saw the purple-robed young man staring at the green dragon with saliva dripping out of his mouth. That kind of expression was enough to drive people crazy. Could it be that the kid really wants to eat the green dragon? That's a dragon with the bloodline of the dragons. It's a terrifying existence on the heavenly beast list. Not to mention, it's a newly ascended venerable beast. Kid, don't court death. Run. There were a few old men and women who seemed to be kind-hearted. After all, they were humans. They couldn't bear to see Du Xiaofu being killed by the cyan-headed flood dragon. They secretly urged Du Xiaofu to flee in order to avoid being killed by the cyan-headed flood dragon. Kid, you're courting death. I'll tear you to pieces. Sure enough, the green dragon was enraged. With a loud roar, its powerful body directly pounced on Du Xiaofu. Its whole body emitted a dazzling light. Its whole body was covered with flickering runes like a burning flame. Its eyes were filled with a ferocious light, and its aura rolled out in all directions. Swish! The green dragon's claw instantly enveloped Du Xiaofu, as if it wanted to tear him to pieces. Du Xiaofu moved. Under many stunned gazes, he appeared to be as calm as the wind and as simple as the clouds, but with a raise of his hand, a golden light swept out, and a fist directly collided with the claw imprint of the green-headed dragon. Poochie! Someone vomited blood. Then, his body was directly sent flying into the canyon. He crashed into the rocks, causing the mountain to shake and a large number of rocks to explode. Only then did the crowd see clearly that the one who vomited blood and was sent flying was the green dragon. The terrifying green dragon couldn't even withstand a single blow. This left everyone shocked and dumbstruck. Roar! In a short instant, the dragon roared and the cyan-headed dragon transformed into its true form. Its gigantic body that was over 1,000 feet long soared into the sky, causing the entire world to darken. It was as if a dark cloud had appeared in the sky, accompanied by a terrifying aura that was as vast as an ocean that swept out in all directions. The crowd was shocked. They all looked up and were horrified. The green dragon in its original form was the most terrifying. Roar! The green dragon roared. Its eyes were filled with murderous intent. Its huge body spewed out a terrifying aura from its mouth. It was like a meteor crashing down on Du Xiaofu. Just a mixed-blood dragon. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was like his nickname. He was incomparably powerful like a demon god. His purple robe's long sleeve directly swept towards the sky. Suddenly, a golden talisman rune swept out like a golden ocean. The golden talisman rune turned into a golden wing, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Then, it fiercely slapped the green dragon's body. Poochie Poochie! The terrifying energy swept out, and the green dragon fell from the sky. The variegated scales on its body cracked, and blood flowed out. The place where it landed shook the earth, and the mountains shook, and debris flew everywhere. Under the terrifying impact, many people in the surroundings couldn't bear the aftermath of the energy and retreated in shock. My dragon's blood, I can't waste it! Du Xiaofu's figure rushed out and arrived in front of the green dragon's body like lightning. His body was like an ant against an elephant, but he landed on the green dragon's neck. With a punch, he smashed a bloody hole in the green dragon's neck. Then, Du Xiaofu directly pounced on the green dragon's neck and opened his mouth to swallow the green dragon's blood. Today's update is complete. Chapter 1039. The roiling blood was like a torrential flood, but when it landed in Du Xiaofu's mouth, it was instantly refined into blood essence. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was like a bottomless pit, completely devouring the blood of the green-headed flood dragon. The pitiful green-headed flood dragon, when its neck was broken by Du Xiaofu's punch, had already died, its soul destroyed. This cruel scene fell into everyone's eyes, and all of them felt their hair stand on end, sucking in a breath of cold air. At this moment, that purple-robed youth did not look like a human at all. He was simply a ferocious and peerless beast. Damned human killed the green-headed flood dragon, quickly worked together to kill him. The green-headed flood dragon and the several extraordinary beast men and women recovered from their shock, and immediately roared in anger. Several figures immediately transformed into several huge demonic beasts. Roar! A huge flaming python, like a flood dragon, soared through the sky, bringing with it rolling clouds of fire. The runes were resplendent, and the scorching heat burned the air. That was an ancient flaming snake with the bloodline of an ancient heavenly snake. A gigantic pitch-black eagle flapped its wings. Its body was covered in dragon scales, and its wings covered the sky. It was ferocious and had an ancient and intimidating aura. This was a terrifying ancient dragon eagle. A huge black bear roared, as big as a mountain. Its huge body moved, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. This was a heaven-shaking ancient bear ranked at the top of the heavenly beast list. It had immense strength and could move mountains and seas. A blood-red praying mantis was dozens of feet long, its whole body was crystal clear, and its sharp feet were sharp. Cold light pervaded the air, and its aura was shocking. This was a ferocious, bloodthirsty praying mantis. The 4 terrifying demonic beasts were all at the revered beast realm, and were all terrifying existences in the beast race. They had cultivated for hundreds and thousands of years in the beast race, but they were still part of the younger generation in the beast race. More than 10 human men and women who looked like battle servants also rushed out, waves of terrifying aura surging, shaking the sky in an instant. Rolling pressure was released, causing the surrounding humans to turn pale with fright, and their expressions changed. Rumble, more than 10 terrifying auras rippled out in succession. The clanging sound was deafening, shaking the hearts of the surrounding experts. These dozen or so auras were too powerful. Various auras and talisman patterns blossomed like fireworks, channeling the energy of heaven and earth. They surged and swept through the clouds, causing people to be deeply shocked. Roar, their roars were like rolling thunder. Following which, these dozens of terrifying auras directly enveloped Du Xiaofu. They were going to frenziedly attack Du Xiaofu together. Beast, don't be impudent. While the crowd was still in shock, Dongli Qingqing opened her mouth and shouted. At the same time, her graceful body soared into the sky. At the same time, a curved bow that seemed to come alive appeared in Dongli Qingqing's slender hand. The talisman patterns on it flickered, and a dazzling green light spread out like the sun. A terrifying aura, like an ancient god awakening from its slumber, suddenly erupted. The aura that suddenly swept out made the dozen or so auras that had attacked Du Xiaofu, as well as the surrounding experts, feel fear for some reason. A kind of uneasiness began to faintly seep out from their hearts, and a feeling of unease climbed out from the depths of their souls, becoming more and more intense. Everything happened as fast as lightning. As she drew the bow, a mysterious power seemed to awaken in Dongli Qingqing's body. Her hair danced behind her head, and her temperament was soul-stirring, like the most beautiful dance. Then, 4 light arrows condensed completely from talisman energy appeared and were released from the bow. Swish, 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 swish. The 4 light arrows of talisman energy immediately shot out. Wherever they passed, a large area of space was directly distorted. Then, the space collapsed and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. In a short moment, the 4 light arrows of talisman energy pierced through space, carrying light scars that distorted space. In an instant, they rushed in front of the 4 terrifying demonic beasts: the ancient flame snake, the ancient dragonhawk, the bloodthirsty mantis, and the sky-shaking bear. The terrifying energy under the 4 light arrows was enough to destroy everything, including the defense of the ancient dragonhawk and the ancient dragonhawk. Walala, terrifying green talismans burst out and rushed into the bodies of the 4 demonic beasts. As if devouring their vitality, the talismans heavily injured them. Their hideous mouths were dripping with blood as they violently spurted out beast blood. Bang, 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 bang. Then, the 4 huge bodies fell from the sky into the canyon, heavily smashing into the ground. The earth shook and the mountains shook, as if meteorites had fallen from the sky. The 4 terrifying beast sovereign realm demonic beasts had the bloodline of the demonic beast kings, but they had been severely injured by Dongli Qingqing at the same time. Only now did the surrounding heroes realize that the peerlessly beautiful woman was also a terrifying master. Her terrifying aura caused fear to seep out of everyone. The cultivation of the woman in green might be above the purple-robed young man. No wonder they dared to attack the green-headed dragon. They did have the strength to do so. They are young, but their strength is too strong. The surrounding young men and women were the best of the younger generation in their respective mountain sections. They were all dragons and phoenixes among men, young geniuses who could shake a region. They all had their own pride. But now, when these young men and women saw the ferocious purple-robed young man and the beautiful woman in green, their pride was destroyed. Compared to this man and woman, what was their heavenly talent? It was not worth mentioning at all. Retreat, quickly retreat. The 4 demonic beasts fell. More than a dozen battle servants, who were originally pouncing forward, immediately prepared to retreat. Walala! But it was too late. Du Xiaofu pounced on the green-headed dragon's neck and swallowed the dragon's blood. Without even turning his head, he swung his purple long sleeve. Puff, 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 monstrous golden talisman patterns erupted. It was as if a giant ping-pang's golden wings had swept across the sky. Several battle servants were shattered into a bloody mist. The remaining ones were severely injured and fell to the ground. It was a tragic sight. Refreshing. Du Xiaofu stood up with a smile. His mouth was full of the dragon's blood, which made him look even more ferocious. Who is that guy? He is so ferocious. Is he a human or a demonic beast? The heroes were shocked. At this moment, even the powerful old men, middle-aged men, and women gasped. That level of ferocity was definitely not human. Chi! In the depths of the canyon, a golden light shot out from the mountain peak. Then, a little golden macaque appeared out of thin air. With a face full of excitement, it shouted, "Let's run! That guy from the Dragon Clan is too strong. He's about to come out." Du Xiaoyao, you bastard! What did you do? Du Xiaofu shouted. The matter at hand was not over yet. Many demonic beasts on the heavenly beast ranking could eat to their heart's content. As expected, Du Xiaoyao had stirred up trouble again. I was the first to take their treasures. You can have half of it. Let's go quickly. Otherwise, we will be in big trouble. Du Xiaoyao was so excited that it did not seem like it was being chased. Instead, it was filled with excitement. Thinking about how the young dragons were enraged when they took the treasures earlier, they felt very comfortable. Wait a moment. The scales and tendons of the flood dragon are great refinement treasures. The meat of the flood dragon is very nutritious. Also, the bones of the green flood dragon are hard to find. Du Xiaofu frowned. An extraordinary long blade appeared in his hand. He chopped off the head of the green flood dragon and picked out its tendons. He collected a lot of flood dragon's scales and finally cut off a lot of flood dragon's meat and put it into his spatial pouch. Third young master, take more meat. Otherwise, there won't be enough to eat later. Little Tiger said weakly. The meat of the green flood dragon should be good. There's also that bear's paw. I want to eat that heaven-shaking bear's paw. Du Shaoqing looked at the heaven-shaking bear that was heavily injured and fell in the distance. She was a bird, so she did not want to eat the ancient dragon eagle. I think the meat of the ancient flame python should be good. Dongli Qingqing was also interested. She had also eaten Du Xiaofu's barbecued meat before. Thinking about it now, she was secretly drooling. Hearing Du Shaoqing, Dongli Qingqing and Little Tiger's words, the heaven-shaking bear and the other demonic beasts were terrified. Where did these people come from? At this moment, they all had an illusion that they were the real savage demonic beasts and they were just humans. It's too late, run. Du Xiaofu shouted and rolled his eyes at Du Shaoqing, Little Tiger and Dongli Qingqing. After putting away the huge head of the green flood dragon and a lot of flood dragon meat, he immediately called for everyone to leave. He could already feel that there were many terrifying auras erupting from the distance. Swoosh swoosh, following that, Dongli Qingqing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Shaoqing and Little Tiger immediately left. Remember this well. This young master Du Xiaofu, known as the Demon King, hates dragons the most. This time, I'll collect some interest first. As the figure left, Du Xiaofu's voice reverberated in all directions of the canyon. Du Xiaofu, Demon King Du Xiaofu. So it's him, no wonder he's so savage. Rumor has it that the Demon King Du Xiaofu killed the Heaven Blade Sex, Xue Qinzhan, and many other disciples. I saw it with my own eyes, he's really savage. The crowd was stunned. Today they had truly broadened their horizons. No wonder he had the title of Devil King. Let's run quickly. When the Dragon Ninth Crown Prince and the others come out, I'm afraid they'll go crazy and start a massacre. Immediately, the surrounding heroes regained their senses and began to retreat. They were afraid that when the Dragon Ninth Crown Prince came out, he would start a massacre. When that time came, they would be in for a bad time. You stole my spiritual medicine and killed my people. No matter who you are, I, the Dragon Ninth Crown Prince, will definitely cut you into pieces. In the depths of the canyon, a terrifying aura erupted. Then, a shocking voice resounded through the 9 heavens like a dragon's roar, overflowing with killing intent. In the next instant, more than 10 figures appeared in the air. The aura of the people in the lead was incomparably powerful. The person in the lead was the dragons in the carriage that Du Xiaofu had met in Tianhuang City. It was the young man in green battle clothes. Chapter 1040. 4 hours later, Du Xiaofu led Du Shaoqing, Little Tiger, and Du Xiaoyao into the purple thunder profound cauldron under Dongli Qingqing's shocked gaze. Then, they entered the ancient barren space again. After entering the purple thunder profound cauldron, Du Xiaofu was confident that he could escape the pursuit of the dragon's youth. From Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaofu learned that the dragon's youth had many top young beasts and many powerful battle servants by his side. They were extremely difficult to deal with. Divine Thunder Cauldron, was that the Divine Thunder Cauldron just now? Dongli Qingqing was still shocked in the ancient barren space. She recognized the Divine Thunder Cauldron as there was a lot of information about it in her tribe. You also know about the Divine Thunder Cauldron? That was indeed the Divine Thunder Cauldron. Du Xiaofu smiled at Dongli Qingqing and did not hide anything. The two of them had gone through thick and thin together in the dark forest for so long. That trust in Du Xiaofu did not decrease but instead increased. Naturally, there was nothing that he could not trust. There should be 9 divine thunder cauldrons, one above Kyushu. Rumor has it that a top expert placed them there to guard Kyushu. Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaofu with a serious expression. She said softly, "Rumor has it that once the divine thunder cauldron appears, the world will once again encounter a great calamity. No wonder those tribes have started to make a move recently. Master also mentioned that a great calamity is coming. Who cares what great calamity is coming? I just want to find drunkard Dad now, Du Xiaofu said softly. People who acted so ostentatiously against the dragons could at least affect the dragons. Now that the dragons were doing their best to find drunkard Dad, Du Xiaofu hoped to reduce the pressure on drunkard Dad. If the dragons wanted to deal with him, they would naturally have to disperse their forces. You provoke the dragons because you want to take the opportunity to find your father, right? Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaofu. He purposely attacked the green-headed dragon and provoked the dragons. She knew his motive. Her clear eyes, she said, however, that dragon Dad is not to be messed with. But the dragon's dragon is definitely not. Is not to be underestimated. But the dragon's dragons are definitely not to be underestimated. You mean, only Long Jiu came from the dragon clan? Du Xiaofu was rather surprised to hear this. Apart from provoking the dragons to reduce the pressure on drunkard Dad, he also wanted to take advantage of the dragons to find drunkard Dad. This was much better than searching aimlessly on his own. In addition, Du Xiaofu wanted his name to spread so that drunkard Dad would know and be able to find him. That shouldn't be the case. It's just that the dragon Dad's people are all of the younger generation. Given the dragon's pride, why would an old man appear? In any case, the top experts of the human race would not dare to touch the dragons. Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaofu and sighed secretly. A bitter smile appeared on her beautiful face. It's just that your father is an accident and so are you. What's there to be afraid of? It's fine as long as there's no old man. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu immediately smiled. He really did not fear the Dragon 9 among his peers. However, the Dragon 9 was also somewhat unfathomable and would not be easy to deal with. Don't underestimate the Dragon 9. His cultivation is extremely strong. Even if I go all out, I might not be able to gain the upper hand. Dongli Qingqing smiled at Du Xiaofu. Speaking of which, what level has your cultivation reached now? Du Xiaofu immediately looked at Dongli Qingqing and asked. His eyes were filled with doubt. The aura on Dongli Qingqing's body made it difficult for him to pry into it. I've only reached the peak of the Nirvana Martial Venerable Realm not long ago. I don't know when I'll be able to achieve perfection. Dongli Qingqing said softly. Peak of the Nirvana Martial Venerable Realm. Du Xiaofu immediately clicked his tongue and looked at Dongli Qingqing in shock. I'm different from you. I've received many benefits from my clan, which is why I can reach this level. There are many large clans in this world, including the dragons, the phoenixes, and the younger generation of the ancient monster clans. I reckon that there are many people whose cultivation is above mine. The foundations of their clans are stronger, so I have to work harder. Dongli Qingqing said. It's indeed different with the foundations of the clan. Those monster clans and hidden clans are undoubtedly stronger than the ancient divine sect. Du Xiaofu muttered softly. With the foundations of the clan, the path of cultivation of the younger generation would be much easier. You're very strong now as well. You don't have any foundations to support you, but your current cultivation and strength are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Dongli Qingqing was secretly shocked. She knew how ferocious and abnormal Du Xiaofu was. She could also tell that he had not used his true strength when he killed Xue Qianzhan. Even if she were to fight with him now, Dongli Qingqing had no confidence in winning. I don't have any foundations to support me, but I've tempered myself along the way. I've encountered countless dangers and walked through countless life and death situations. I've walked this path by myself. I'm not afraid of my peers. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly. His eyes shone with a golden light. He then looked at Dongli Qingqing and said, I need to refine the blood essence of the green head dragon in my body for a period of time. The time in this desolate ancient space is enough for us to delay. Your injuries should not have healed completely yet. Take this opportunity to recover. After a while, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, and Dongli Qingqing began to adjust their breathing. Especially Du Xiaoyao. His entire body was wrapped in a golden light. The mysterious runes on the mountain peak behind him evolved and grew. His aura was like the beginning of the world. During this period of time, Du Xiaoyao had gained a lot of benefit. Then, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged and began to refine the blood essence of the green-head dragon in his body. He continued to cultivate the second level of the golden-winged rock's body refining technique, bone washing and marrow cleansing. The first level of the golden-winged rock's body refining technique was to refine the golden feathers. It required the use of spiritual herbs to refine the body. Du Xiaofu had already succeeded in cultivating it. The second level of bone washing and marrow cleansing required the consumption of the blood essence of at least a demonic beast on the heavenly beast list. The most violent energy contained in the blood essence of the demonic beast would be used to wash the bones and marrow. Over the years, Du Xiaofu's body had been strengthening under various opportunities. His body had never stopped. It had become more and more terrifying. However, this terrifying body was due to the other opportunities that Du Xiaofu had obtained. As for the level of the golden-winged rock's body refining technique, Du Xiaofu was still stuck at the second level of bone washing and marrow cleansing. In the past, Du Xiaofu had consumed the blood essence of demonic beasts on the heavenly beast list for bone washing and marrow cleansing. However, that didn't mean that Du Xiaofu had successfully broken through to bone washing and marrow cleansing. It was just that the blood essence of those demonic beasts had allowed him to successfully wash his bones and marrow several times. The blood essence of demonic beasts on the heavenly beast list was far from enough to reach the bone washing and marrow cleansing stage. After hearing Dongli Qingqing's words, especially after learning about Dongli Qingqing's cultivation level, as well as the cultivation level of that youth with the dragons, Du Xiaofu was even more certain that he had to become even stronger. In the Central Plains, Du Xiaofu estimated that he was number 1 among his peers. However, in all of Kyushu, the Beast region, the Yao realm, the primordial beast clans, and hidden great clans, the cultivation levels of his peers were even more terrifying. Begin. Within the ancient desolate space, Du Xiaofu sat down cross-legged and began to refine the Azure Flood Dragon's blood essence. Roar. The Azure Flood Dragon had just become a sovereign beast. Its blood essence contained a terrifying amount of energy. As Du Xiaofu refined it, the faint roar of a flood dragon could be heard from Du Xiaofu's throat. Chapter 1041. Walala, violent energy surged through Du Xiaofu's body, spreading through his organs and seeping into his bones, muscles, and cells. It was as if thousands of beasts were rampaging in his body, trying to destroy Du Xiaofu's body. If it were any other newly ascended martial honorable, they would have exploded and died on the spot from the violent energy impact. However, Du Xiaofu was an exception. His physical body had become much stronger, and the violent energy impact of the green-headed dragon's blood essence, which had just ascended to martial honorable, could no longer cause any harm to Du Xiaofu's physical body. A moment later, light gradually spread out from Du Xiaofu's body. The resplendent light was accompanied by the flickering of runes, appearing complicated and mysterious. These runes finally formed the shadow of a green-headed dragon. It was faintly discernible and circled around Du Xiaofu's body. Time passed slowly. Du Xiaofu had refined the vast energy within the green-headed dragon's blood essence into every bit of his flesh, blood, bones, and cells. Using the violent energy within the green-headed dragon's blood essence to cleanse the impurities hidden in his bones and marrow, and nourish his body, Du Xiaofu was cleansing his bones and marrow. On Tianhuang mainland, the demon king Du Xiaofu's name began to spread everywhere. While the Heaven Saber sect was offering bounties everywhere to hunt down the demon king Du Xiaofu, news spread that the dragon ninth prince of the dragons was furious and had ordered all the beast tribes to search for Du Xiaofu. That demon king Du Xiaofu is really strong. He killed Shui Qianzhan of the Heaven Saber sect and even dared to touch someone of the dragons. You haven't heard, have you? It's said that the demon king Du Xiaofu swallowed the green-headed dragon's flesh. He's terrifyingly ferocious, as expected of the demon king. It can't be that cruel, right? Is it a human or a demonic beast? Why hasn't there been any news about Du Tingxian recently? I heard that only Du Tingxian obtained something related to the Divine Thunder Mansion. The continent was abuzz with discussion. Kyushu, the Beast region, the Yao realm, and other experts were still pouring into the continent. Recently, there had been constant disputes in Tianhuang mainland, and it was inevitable that there would be many confrontations and battles between forces. On the other hand, Tianhuang mainland was a barren land, and there were dangers everywhere. Once one fell into it, it was rumored that even legendary experts like the martial domain realm had died before, let alone a martial honorable. On the vast Tianhuang mainland, there were mysterious ancient formations left behind from ancient times. It was said that there were still savage wilderness demon beasts in the Tianhuang mainland. They were also demon beasts, but they had never left the Tianhuang mainland. After countless years, some savage wilderness demon beasts had even become terrifying existences. Not many people had set foot on this barren land, and there were countless treasures hidden there. It was said that there were many mysterious bones and natural treasures within. It was also rumored that a supreme expert had once been on the Tianhuang mainland and scattered many treasures on this barren land. This time, the appearance of the Divine Thunder Mansion was enough to alert all the forces to come and investigate. Some people were determined to obtain it. Jinlei Tensei was one of the top experts in the world. What he left behind was enough to affect a part of the world. At this moment, disputes were everywhere in Tianhuang mainland, and there were all kinds of fights. Especially among the younger generation, there were also many famous existences. In a short period of time, many of the younger generation had become famous. They were the strongest existences in the fight for the Divine Thunder Mansion. The 9th Prince of the Dragons, Dragon 9. Huang Linger of the Phoenix Clan. Bailey Wuya of the Ning Province. Mu Jianxian of the Shang Province. Qing Gu of the Thunder Province. Hua Zimo of the Wanzhou Province. Feng Wuxie of the Yu Province. Yujing Tongxian of the Yun Province. These people of the younger generation had all become famous in Tianhuang mainland in a short period of time. Whoosh! In the ancient desolate space, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged with a golden glow spreading around his body and talisman runes flashing. From afar, it looked like a golden-winged great rock circling behind Du Xiaofu. It was domineering and intimidating enough to make all beasts prostrate. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's exposed skin had a purplish-gold color that was crystal clear. After cleansing his bones and marrow, his body was strengthened once more. And before this, when Du Xiaofu was tempering his golden feathers at the first level of the body cultivation method, by chance, he had cultivated to the realm of the true rock that even a real golden-winged rock would find difficult to reach. His physical body continued to strengthen. Even though his physical body had strengthened a little, Du Xiaofu's current perverted physical body did not seem to have much of an effect. In terms of his cultivation base, there was not much progress either. However, any enhancement of the physical body brought about astonishing benefits in actual combat. There was no doubt that his combat strength had increased tremendously, and it was not something that could be compared to those of the same cultivation level. Relying on his body, it was easy for him to kill opponents of a higher level. Most of the time, Du Xiaofu relied on his perverse defense to kill opponents of a higher level. Runes flashed. At this moment, Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, had a body that was sparkling and translucent. His long black hair was wrapped in golden runes, making him look like a divinity. A tyrannical aura emanated from him, as well as an ancient mystery. After an unknown period of time, his aura was retracted and a dazzling golden light surged into Du Xiaofu's body. Huff! After the last wisp of golden light was retracted, Du Xiaofu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His tightly shut eyes opened and a golden light burst out along with faint lightning. A domineering aura swept out and shook the entire ancient, desolate space. There was no doubt that after Du Xiaofu used the green-head dragon's blood essence to refine his body had strengthened and his strength had increased by a lot. The effects of the green-head dragon's blood essence from a newly ascended martial honorable are not bad. Feeling the toughness of his physical body, Du Xiaofu could not help but let out a smile. Even his cultivation state had improved by quite a bit. The violent energy contained in the green-head dragon's blood essence was more or less transformed into celestial qi under the golden-winged rocks technique. Boom! Suddenly, the ancient desolate space trembled again. A terrifying aura swept out and the entire ancient desolate space trembled. A supreme aura swept out in all directions. When this aura swept out, Du Xiaofu's expression changed, and he immediately turned to look. On one side of the ancient desolate space, a terrifying scene was erupting like a sun. "That's Du Xiaoyao breaking through," Du Xiaofu exclaimed. The golden talisman engravings were erupting like a sun. Du Xiaoyao was breaking through. Du Xiaofu, quickly come into my rune world. The terrifying golden talisman engravings exploded and Du Xiaoyao's voice came out. Comprehending the pulse spirit, Du Xiaofu was overjoyed. When he was connected to Du Xiaoyao, he knew what kind of benefits it would bring to the meridian soul. Back then, Xue Qianzhan had made great achievements in the comprehension of the meridian soul. In the next moment, Du Xiaofu condensed his hand seals and his expression became serious. Connecting with Du Xiaoyao required absolute trust and no mistakes could be made. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Du Xiaofu communicated with his martial vein. The golden talisman engravings immediately surged out and condensed into the shadow of a mountain peak. As Du Xiaofu's pulse spirit condensed, it immediately merged with the dazzling golden light emitted by the small demon. The golden light burst out and Du Xiaofu vaguely felt that he had entered another ancient desolate space. The ancient desolate space was filled with purple mist, as if it was the beginning of chaos. These 2 chapters are missing a few hundred words. Xiao Yu will make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 1042. In this purple hazy space, a huge 5-fingered mountain was shining brightly, like a golden sun in the sky. It was constantly changing, evolving, and condensing. The 5-fingered mountain seemed to have been given life. Its terrifying power spread and suppressed this purple hazy space. In the ancient barren space, Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged again, was enveloped in a dazzling golden light. A 5-fingered mountain appeared behind him, evolving, condensing, and giving birth to dense spirit energy. Multicolored light spread out, and the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. The mysterious runes on the talismans were all changing, and they all contained a certain kind of origin energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, the mountain behind Du Xiaofu was evolving and changing exactly the same as the mountain in the purple hazy space. The two were one and had endless changes. Du Xiaofu was immersed in comprehending the pulse spirit. The aura of the mountain behind him became stronger and stronger, more and more terrifying. Du Xiaofu's pulse spirit was transforming and improving rapidly. Boom! The entire ancient barren space was affected at this moment. The space trembled violently, and a vast aura swept out. The mysterious runes on the talismans shone brightly, and endless dazzling light burst out. The light around Du Xiaoyao became more and more dazzling. Its power seemed to be able to suppress and destroy this ancient barren space. What a powerful aura! In the ancient barren space, Dongli Qingqing, Du Xiaoqing, and Little Tiger had already been awakened. Looking at the erupting golden light, even Dongli Qingqing was shocked. Finally, under the shocked gazes of the three, a powerful wave erupted from the golden light like a storm. Then, under the dazzling golden light of the mysterious runes, the mountain wriggled and turned into a huge golden ape. Roar! The golden ape roared. Mysterious runes flashed all over its body. Its body was crystal clear and full of vitality, communicated with heaven and earth, giving people the feeling of the beginning of heaven and earth, and the beginning of all things. At this moment, the meridian soul behind Du Xiaofu was still connected to the ape born from the mountain. It was also quiet in a strange and mysterious space. Du Xiaofu felt that he was also transforming at this moment. It was as if he had experienced reincarnation and comprehended a new life. There was an indescribable feeling of profoundness, as if he was undergoing a nirvana transformation. Du Xiaofu had also experienced this feeling when he was connected to Du Xiaoyao, but it was undoubtedly more intense this time. Du Xiaofu's five-finger mountain peak vein soul also began to change, as if it was awakening with life. The mysterious runes on the golden symbol puppet flickered as if it was about to turn into a living creature. There was a faint, illusory figure of a golden ape that was transforming. However, in the end, it was unable to truly take form. Dongli Qingqing watched from a distance. Seeing the illusory figure of the mountain peak behind Du Xiaofu change, her fairy-like face was filled with surprise. Du Xiaoqing also felt the change of the meridian soul, so she whispered to Dongli Qingqing, "Sister Qingqing, brother's meridian soul seems to be transforming." When human cultivators reach the martial venerable realm, their meridian soul will change from psychic to spirit transformation. However, there are several levels in spirit transformation. The first is building the meridian soul body, so that the meridian soul will develop intelligence and truly awaken. Your brother's meridian soul should be about to reach the second level, spirit transformation. At this level, the meridian soul body can truly become a living creature. Generally speaking, it is already very impressive for a transcendent martial venerable to reach this level, because the spirit transformation of the meridian soul body is basically the symbol of a primordial martial venerable, Dongli Qingqing explained to Du Xiaoqing. Can brother reach the spirit transformation of the meridian soul body now? Du Xiaoqing was a little nervous. She clenched her fists, hoping that her brother's meridian soul could improve greatly. It should be very difficult, but it is already very terrifying. Dongli Qingqing looked at the changes of the meridian soul behind Du Xiaofu with a little shock in her eyes. She then continued to speak to Du Xiaoqing. "Do you still remember Xue Qianzhan that your brother killed? That guy's meridian soul was about to reach the spirit transformation of the meridian soul body, which means that he did indeed have unparalleled talent. It is enough to shock people. Your brother's cultivation level is lower than his, so his meridian soul should not be lower than Xue Qianzhan's. If this news were to spread, it would be enough to scare many people to death." Walala, in the ancient desolate space, the golden ape's crystal-clear body was still being baptized by the surging heaven and earth energy. A terrifying aura erupted, as if it could sweep away and suppress everything. After a long time, the sky full of runes continuously surged into the golden ape's body. Its eyes were intelligent, as if it was born with spiritual eyes, overlooking everything. What a terrifying demon sovereign! The red-bone horse-ape, the supreme of heaven and earth. Dongli Qingqing also trembled. The aura of the golden ape was too terrifying. The red-bone horse-ape was one of the most terrifying existences in the world. Finally, when everything calmed down, the golden ape's body was shining with golden light, and the hair on its head was colorful. The light was restrained, and it continued to transform into a golden ape the size of a baby. It was slightly larger than its original body. A mouthful of turbid air was spat out from Du Xiaoyao's mouth, shaking the space. His eyes opened, and the faint golden light within his deep golden eyes was unfathomable. It added a mysterious feeling, and even revealed a noble demeanor. "Du Xiaoyao, you have broken through to the supreme realm?" Du Xiaoqing went forward and looked at Du Xiaoyao with her ethereal eyes. Du Xiaoyao's long and dense eyelashes curled up slightly, covering her deep, faint golden eyes. She rolled her eyes and said, I have received many benefits recently, so I was able to break through. You should be able to break through soon too. I still lack an opportunity, but it should be soon, Du Shaoqing said. Recently, she had seen so many experts in the Tianhuang mainland, which made her desire to break through more and more. If she was too weak, she would only be a burden to her brother if she encountered danger. Are you not done yet? After that, Du Xiaoyao's lively eyes stared intently at Du Xiaofu, who was not far away. There was a faint golden imprint between his brows, flickering like a flame. In the end, it left behind a faint imprint. His brows rose slightly. Then, he revealed a smile and said softly, "You seem to have improved quite a bit." After a few days, Du Xiaofu, who was immersed in comprehension, finally showed signs of awakening. However, the pulse spirit behind him did not succeed in pulse spirit transformation. Whoosh, the golden light around him receded, and the phantom of the mountain turned into talismans and mysterious patterns that entered his body. Everything disappeared into his body. Phew! Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of turbid air from his throat and abdomen. Then, he opened his tightly closed eyes. A faint golden light flickered in his pupils, which then slowly converged into a clear and bright light. The improvement in the comprehension of the pulse spirit is shocking. If this news were to spread, it would scare many people to death. Dongli Qingqing stepped forward and smiled. There was shock in her eyes on her beautiful, fairy-like face. I have to thank Du Xiaoyao. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. This time, the improvement in the meridian spirit was indeed thanks to little demon Du's help. Hee, it's good that you know. Du Xiaoyao jumped onto Du Xiaofu's shoulder and the macaque claw. Then, she took out a spiritual vine that was a few feet long from somewhere. There were 8 purple spiritual fruits on the spiritual vine. Whoosh, the spiritual fruits were the size of a baby's fist, but they were rippling with an aura that made Du Xiaofu's heart flutter. They were sparkling and translucent, tempting people to take a bite out of them. Looking at the 8 purple spiritual fruits on the spiritual vine, Du Xiaoyao had been drooling for a long time. This seems to be looking at the 7 purple spiritual fruits on the spiritual vine in Du Xiaoyao's hand. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled, and his eyes almost popped out. He said, 8-star purple spiritual fruit, this is an 8-star purple spiritual fruit. This is indeed an 8-star purple spiritual fruit. This is a precious treasure. It is said that the 8-star purple spiritual fruit can strengthen the soul and refine the primordial spirit. It is a treasure for an 8-star Nirvana spiritual symbol master and a Nirvana martial sovereign. It is even more precious for an ordinary 8-star spiritual symbol master and a martial sovereign. Dongli Qingqing looked at the 8-star purple spiritual fruit in Du Xiaoyao's hand and was also surprised. This was indeed a treasure among treasures. Any spiritual herb that could strengthen the primordial spirit was rare and precious. Moreover, this 8-star purple spiritual fruit was very useful for martial sovereigns and 8-star spiritual symbol masters. It was not enough to describe its preciousness. Is this the spiritual herb that you stole from Dragon 9 in the canyon? Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and calmed down. He looked at Du Xiaoyao on his shoulder and asked. Du Xiaoyao chuckled, revealing the appearance of a noble king. He seemed to be old and experienced as he said, "Of course, when it comes to finding elixirs, I am much better than them." This 8-star purple spirit fruit was guarded by a powerful savage beast. Long Jiu and the others joined forces to suppress and repel it. I took the opportunity to take it and leave, but was discovered by them in the end. Chapter 1043. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. Du Xiaofu stared at Du Xiaoyao. He could imagine the expressions of Dragon 9 and the others when they tried so hard to get the 8-star purple spirit fruit, only to have it snatched away by Du Xiaoyao. It must have been quite a sight to behold. There are 8 of them in total. There are 5 of us, so 1 for each of us. Give me the remaining 3. Du Xiaoyao counted everyone greedily. Her mind was already on the 8-star purple spirit fruit. If she hadn't felt the breakthrough earlier, she would have already devoured the 8-star purple spirit fruit. What a wastrel! Du Xiaofu hid Du Xiaoyao and said, "Just take one and keep the other 3. As far as I know, this kind of treasure is useless even if you take too many. Usually, only the first one has the best effect. Taking more is a waste. I didn't say I was going to eat it. Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoman, and Sima Muhan can also eat it." Du Xiaoyao angrily stared at Du Xiaofu and roared, feeling wronged for herself. "Hee, at least you have a conscience." Du Xiaofu scratched the back of his head and looked at Du Xiaoyao in embarrassment. He then changed the topic and said, "It's fine that you took the 8-star purple spirit fruit, but why did you also take the spirit vine? It would have been better to leave it for next time." So stupid. This kind of treasure, do you think it's like a fruit tree in the mortal world, blooming and bearing fruit every year? Du Xiaoyao stared at Du Xiaofu like an old man. Her platinum eyes turned white as she said, "Moreover, this spirit vine is also a treasure. After taking it, it will have a great effect. It's comparable to an ordinary supreme level elixir. It's also a treasure. Then it really can't be wasted." Du Xiaofu was astonished, and then he was overjoyed, his eyes revealing a sinister smile. Dongli Qingqing smiled helplessly as she watched Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao arguing like clowns. She then asked Du Xiaoqing softly, "Xiaoqing, who are the Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoman, and Sima Muhan that Du Xiaoyao mentioned?" "Sister Shuang is my brother's big sister, and Sister Shuang is my brother's friend. Sister Mu Ha seems to be my brother's martial nephew, but their relationship seems to be very complicated. I can't see through it, but they are all very good to my brother." Du Xiaoqing was also a little confused. Some human emotions were too complicated, and she was a little dizzy. "Is that so?" Dongli Qingqing's eyes flickered. There were some ripples in her eyes. It was very complicated. She didn't know why there were ripples in her heart. Then, in the desolate ancient space, several people took the 8-star purple spirit fruit and sat cross-legged to refine it. They obtained great benefit. Du Xiaofu refined the 8-star purple spirit fruit with a mysterious incomplete technique. A white divine light enveloped his body, and an ancient and boundless aura rippled in the surroundings. Dongli Qingqing's body was enveloped in a green light. She was full of vitality, which made people's minds ripple. Several people might have benefits, but they seemed to have forgotten about the outside world immediately. After a few days, Dongli Qingqing was the first to wake up. The green light around her body was restrained, and her eyes were deep and moving. Bang! As Dongli Qingqing woke up, a low muffled sound of energy came from not far away. Dongli Qingqing quickly raised her head. The misty space in front of her had a sudden surge of energy. It was as if something was pulling it, and it was fluctuating crazily. Looking in the direction of the energy fluctuation, Dongli Qingqing's clear eyes fell on Du Xiaofu. Then she was surprised. Her white teeth slightly opened, and her red lips slightly opened in astonishment. Is he going to break through again? In Dongli Qingqing's astonished eyes, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was like a mysterious bottomless pit, swallowing the energy of heaven and earth around him. This energy was extremely vigorous, and it shook people's souls. It formed a halo of energy around Du Xiaofu's body, and it poured into his body unceasingly. This lasted for about an hour. During this time, Du Xiaoyao also began to wake up. A surging aura spread out from the little macaque's body. About an hour later, Du Xiaofu's aura slowly dissipated. The energy of heaven and earth that had gathered began to weaken. The white divine light slowly became illusory and restrained. When the last bit of energy of heaven and earth dissipated, the white divine light poured into his body. Du Xiaofu's tightly shut eyes also began to slowly open. Immediately, 2 beams of energy shot out from his eyes. That gaze caused one's Yuan spirit to tremble when looking at it. Huff! The light in his eyes slowly faded. Du Xiaofu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The space around him faintly distorted, and his gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. An 8-star mysterious spiritual talisman master, a clear and gentle voice came. Du Xiaofu slightly raised his head and saw Dongli Qingqing, who was wearing a green outfit, walking over. Du Xiaoyao stood on her shoulder. Her eyes were glowing with golden light, revealing a noble temperament. The 8-star purple spirit fruit is really a precious treasure. It can directly let me break through to the next level of spiritual talisman master. Du Xiaofu smiled. The effect of an 8-star purple spirit fruit was like this. Presumably, Dragon 9, who had lost 8 8-star purple spirit fruits, must hate Du Xiaoyao to the bone. Your cultivation technique doesn't seem to be ordinary. It can absorb the benefits of the 8-star purple spirit fruit to the soul to the maximum. Its aura is also extraordinary. Dongli Qingqing's clear eyes had doubts. Du Xiaofu had been urging the white divine light's aura, which made her feel that it was extraordinary. The aura emitted from the white divine light seemed ordinary, but it was ancient and boundless. It was definitely not ordinary. I obtained this cultivation technique by accident. It is extremely extraordinary, but unfortunately, it should be incomplete. I don't know its origin. Du Xiaofu said to Dongli Qingqing. The mysterious cultivation technique was also obtained by accident, and he didn't know its origin. We've been here for so long. Shouldn't we go out? Dongli Qingqing didn't ask any more questions. She had seen Du Xiaofu's mysterious cultivation technique before. It's about time. When Little Blue and Little Tiger wake up, we'll go out. Du Xiaofu's expression suddenly became serious. Although there was a lot of time in the ancient desolate space, his drunkard father's whereabouts were still unknown. There must be danger everywhere. This made Du Xiaofu worried. Yes, but this time you must be more careful. Besides the Heaven Knife sect, you've offended even the dragons. Dongli Qingqing frowned slightly. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Du Xiaofu. This guy was still as fearless as before. Du Xiaofu smiled and didn't say anything. He waited in the ancient desolate space for Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger to wake up. 2 days later, Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger woke up one after another in the ancient desolate space. Both of them had received great benefits in spirit and soul, but they didn't have any substantial progress in cultivation strength. After all, the 8-star purple spirit fruit had great benefits in spirit and soul, but not in cultivation level. Little Blue and Little Tiger were still in their demonic beast form. However, although Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger had not made a breakthrough, the benefits they had gained in terms of battle strength were undoubtedly greater than the benefits they had gained from making a breakthrough. The most difficult thing to improve was spirit and soul strength. It was something that all cultivators could only dream of. Let's go out. As Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger woke up, Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. He then left the ancient desolate space and jumped out of the purple thunder profound cauldron. After a while, several people quietly appeared in a mountain range. In the distance there were figures flying across the sky from time to time. No one would stop for Du Xiaofu and the others. No one would do anything that didn't benefit them. Brother, where's the green head dragon's meat? On the wide mountain path in the mountain range, Du Xiaoqing seemed to have thought of the green head dragon and immediately asked Du Xiaofu. I almost forgot. We haven't eaten the green head dragon's meat yet. After Du Xiaofu ate the green head dragon's blood and the 8-star purple spirit fruit, he really forgot that he still had the green head dragon's meat. Hearing this, he looked around and saw that it was almost dusk. Anyway, he didn't have a destination. After hesitating for a while, he said, How about we eat barbecued meat first? Okay. Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoyao said almost at the same time. The saliva that was about to flow out of Little Tiger's mouth was already proof of his current mood. Dongli Qingqing didn't object. Her face was full of smiles. Then, Du Xiaofu skillfully set up a stone stove and a stone barbecue table on the mountain path. He took out a large medicine cauldron that he didn't know from someone's storage bag and placed it on the stove. Taking out the huge green head dragon's head from his Qiankuan bag, Du Xiaofu washed it in a small river not far away and began to stew. This spirit vine is a treasure. It's better to stew it. Du Xiaofu seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He took out the 8-star purple spirit fruit spirit vine that Du Xiaoyao seized from him from his Qiankuan bag. He took out 1/5 of it like a treasure and threw it into the medicine cauldron, stewing it together with the green head dragon's head. Then, Du Xiaofu washed a large piece of the green head dragon's meat. He also made a fire and placed it on the barbecue table. After applying seasoning, he began to barbecue it. Several people were openly stewing and barbecuing meat on the mountain path. It immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. Many figures were attracted. "Oh my God, that's the green head dragon's head. Those young men and women are stewing the green head dragon's head. Oh my God, that purple-robed young man seems to be barbecuing the green head dragon's meat. They must have killed a green head dragon. The green head dragon's head in the medicine cauldron is so big. It must have reached the level of a beast sovereign. Did they kill a beast sovereign level green head dragon?" It didn't take long for someone in the crowd to recognize the green head dragon's head. All of them were shocked and their hair stood on end. That human is barbecuing the green head dragon. What's more, several beasts that weren't too strong immediately fled after seeing the green head dragon's head in the medicine cauldron. They didn't dare to stay for a moment. Chapter 1044. Not long after, the head of the green-headed dragon was cooked in the medicinal cauldron. The meat on the head of the green-headed dragon was melted, revealing the skull. The thick soup was boiling, and the aroma filled the air. It also carried energy waves. A large piece of the green-headed dragon's roasted meat was also roasted by Du Xiaofu until the aroma filled the air. Both sides were roasted to a golden yellow color with oil stains. Tsk tisk. The fragrance caused more and more people to salivate uncontrollably as their saliva dripped down. The thick soup made from the head of the green-headed dragon in the medicinal cauldron must have been added with rare treasures. Drinking a bowl of it is at least comparable to a royal-grade elixir. In the crowd, a long-haired old man swallowed his saliva as he stared at the medicinal cauldron. What? Drinking a bowl of elixir comparable to a royal-grade elixir is too scary. That's a huge cauldron. The surrounding people were shocked. Then, they could feel the rich energy waves. That was definitely a treasure. And that roasted meat, it must be a delicacy. The meat of the green-headed dragon is dragon meat. It contains the power of dragons. Eating a bite is definitely something hard to come by in one's lifetime. A middle-aged man with red eyes stared at the green-headed dragon's meat that Du Xiaofu was roasting. More and more people's eyes turned red as they swallowed their saliva. However, no one dared to snatch it. They were all smart people. Although they were young people, they were definitely not to be trifled with if they could stew a green-headed dragon at the level of a beast venerable. Recently, many of the younger generation had come out and shocked the entire Tianhuang mainland. It was definitely the stupidest thing to judge a person's strength based on their appearance. When the time came, they wouldn't even know how they died. Perhaps the few young people in front of them could be monsters that had lived for thousands or even thousands of years. However, they were all cultivators. In terms of age, they could sense it on their own. Those few people should be the real younger generation. Let's eat. The aroma of the roasted meat filled the air as the thick soup boiled. Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, Little Tiger, Du Xiaoqing, and Dongli Qingqing began to eat and drink without any scruples. It was unknown where Du Xiaofu had found a few small bowls. While eating the barbecued meat, he drank the soup made from the green-headed dragon's head and the 8-star purple spirit fruit. Squeak squeak, everyone, including Du Xiaoyao, ate until their mouths were full of grease. Multicolored light filled the air and energy overflowed. Too savage, they are really eating the cyan-headed flood dragon. Many of the young men and women around were dumbfounded and drooling. They're not eating meat, they're eating treasures. An old and middle-aged man's eyes kept darting around, his face flushed red. Where did they come from? A few arrogant young men were moved. Under the temptation of the delicious food and energy, they really wanted to rob it. However, they did not dare to do so and hesitated. Delicious, really delicious. Du Xiaoqing's table manners were really unflattering. She was a beauty, but she ate like a beggar. The thick soup melted in her mouth. Not only did it attack her taste buds, but it also turned into energy that flowed into her limbs and bones, making her feel comfortable. Delicious, delicious. Little Tiger kept lowering his head and wolfing down the food. He was afraid that he would not be able to eat anything in the end. Well, his appetite was the biggest. Hey, that's a treasure. I really want to eat it. Many people couldn't help but drool. They could clearly see that those young men were eating until their bodies rippled with multicolored light, overflowing with energy. But those guys are not easy to deal with. They even dared to eat the cyan-headed flood dragon. They are too savage. They are simply the Demon King. A young woman's eyes changed color. She looked at Du Xiaofu and the others who were eating heartily from afar. Demon King. Don't tell me that Demon King Du Xiaofu is among those people. It is said that Du Xiaofu is the real Demon King. A young man frowned. He had heard of the Demon King Du Xiaofu before. Swoosh, swoosh, suddenly, there were many sounds of wind breaking in the sky. Then, more than 10 young men and women walked out. Their appearances were somewhat strange. At a glance, one could tell that they were from the beast race. More than 10 young men and women from the beast race floated in the sky. A young man in luxurious clothes walked out. His clothes were embroidered with many nebula patterns. This young man in luxurious clothes had a handsome face. His hair seemed to be covered with scales. His sharp eyes swept across the surroundings. The fluctuations of his aura seemed to make this space permeate with a chill. Who is eating the cyan-headed flood dragon? Get out here! The young man in luxurious clothes shouted. His aura was fierce. His whole body was covered with dazzling mysterious runes. The fluctuations of his aura made many people's souls tremble. It's an expert from the beast race. He must have come to find trouble with those who ate the cyan-headed flood dragon. The crowd was in an uproar. Many people's aura fluctuated. Their eyes trembled and they retreated. The aura of the young man from the beast race made many experts' expressions change. They didn't want to be affected. Who is shouting and disturbing people eating? As the saying goes, don't talk when eating. You have no manners. Du Xiaofu patted his bulging belly and burped. He slowly raised his head and glanced at the young man in luxurious clothes. His eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "Hey, this aura seems to belong to a monster on the heavenly beast list. My cyan-headed flood dragon brother, I'm late." The young man in luxurious clothes also glanced at the stewed cyan-headed flood dragon head in the huge medicinal hut. However, he could still vaguely see that it was the cyan-headed flood dragon's skull. He suddenly felt unbearable pain in his heart. The young man in luxurious clothes' gaze also became sharper. A terrifying chill shot out. Finally, he looked down at Du Xiaofu and said, "Dragon 9 said that my cyan-headed flood dragon brother was killed by Du Xiaofu. Even his head was chopped off. He died without a complete corpse. Vicious and merciless. Are you that Du Xiaofu? This young master is. Are you also one of Dragon 9's men?" Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly. Only then did he seriously size up the young man in luxurious clothes in front of him. Du Xiaofu, that young man is really the Demon King Du Xiaofu who has been widely rumored recently. As Du Xiaofu nodded in response, the surrounding crowd was immediately stunned. Recently, the Demon King Du Xiaofu's name was definitely well known in the Tianhuang mainland. Dragon 9 may be strong, but I am only myself. I don't listen to anyone. I'm only here to avenge my cyan-headed flood dragon brother. Kid, I definitely won't let you go today. Prepare to die. The young man in luxurious clothes shouted. The terrifying chill in his eyes had reached an unsuppressible level. His figure was like lightning as he instantly pounced at Du Xiaofu. Boom! The rolling aura was as deafening as thunder. 7 colored runes surged out from the young man in luxurious clothes. They flickered with a dazzling light, and a palm print suddenly appeared above Du Xiaofu's head. Humph! Du Xiaofu's expression changed. He was enjoying his meal when he was disturbed. Instead of retreating, he charged forward. He stomped his foot on the ground and leaped forward. He waved his hand and directly punched out. Du Xiaofu's attack was simple and direct, but it was domineering and fierce. It immediately collided with the young man's palm. Bang! A muffled sound immediately spread, and a thunderous sound of energy colliding echoed in the sky, accompanied by the explosion of runes. The terrifying energy immediately exploded, and swept out with a whistling sound. The surrounding mountain peaks also started to crack, and many of the treetops of the towering trees were broken. Thud thud! The young man in luxurious clothes directly fell to the ground and staggered back. Blood flowed out from his palm. Oomph! The young man's palm was in great pain from Du Xiaofu's punch. His skin and flesh split open. Then, a muffled groan came from his throat and a mouthful of dark red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Ouch, your skin is really thick. Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with astonishment. He originally thought that his punch would at least break the young man's palm. He didn't expect that it would only bleed a little. Du Xiaofu's body had been cleansed once again. He didn't hold back when he punched just now. It was enough to show that the young man in luxurious clothes was very powerful. The young man in luxurious clothes' expression changed. A chill fluctuated in the depths of his terrifying and sharp eyes. Then, the runes on his body surged and turned into a 7-colored python that coiled in the air. Walala! The 7-colored python was like a huge dragon that soared across the sky. Its entire body rippled with nebulae. Its huge and ferocious mouth looked like it could swallow stars. The pressure on its body was enough to surpass many of the monsters on the heavenly beast ranking. Heaven Wasteland Star-Devouring Python. Heavens, it's a peak mysterious Heaven Wasteland Star-Devouring Python. Seeing the terrifying monster appear, the surroundings were shocked. The Heaven Wasteland Star-Devouring Python was a terrifying monster with an ancient bloodline. There were very few of them. Any monster race with a powerful bloodline would be rare. The heavens were fair on this point. Only the dragons, the phoenixes, and a few other big monster races were exceptions. The Heaven Wasteland Star-Devouring Python was rumored to be able to swallow stars when cultivated to the peak. It was extremely terrifying and had left behind countless legends in the ancient times. It's good stuff. Its bloodline isn't low. Du Xiaofu looked at the Heaven Wasteland Star-Devouring Python with a blazing light in his eyes. The higher the level of the monster's bloodline, the better the effect would be. Kill. The Heaven Wasteland Star-Devouring Python was enraged. The 7-colored scales on its body stood up and brought along a sonorous and ear-splitting sound wave. Its huge body then charged down like a huge and terrifying thunderbolt. It opened its bloody mouth and erupted with a terrifying rune energy. In the end, it turned into a huge energy vortex. Star-devouring! The Heaven Wasteland Star-Devouring Python roared. Energy erupted from its mouth and turned into an energy black hole that seemed to be able to swallow stars. The towering trees on the mountain peak below were also uprooted. At this moment, sand and stones were flying around. The ground cracked and the clouds surged. Everything seemed to be destroyed. Xiaoyang seal. Du Xiaofu attacked. His palm turned into a golden rune. Golden light burst out and swept forward. He directly hit the energy vortex with his palm. Rumble! The earth shook and the mountains collapsed. The sky was about to explode. Terrifying energy waves spread out in an arc. The broken runes were so dazzling that they drowned the world. The surrounding people couldn't open their eyes. The energy vortex of the heaven wasteland star-devouring python was broken and exploded. Swish! Du Xiaofu's figure was like lightning. He appeared on the back of the heaven wasteland star-devouring python like a ghost. He lifted his foot and burst out with golden light. He directly stomped on the back of the heaven wasteland star-devouring python. Rumble, the sky shook. The huge body of the heaven wasteland star-devouring python was suddenly stomped down by a huge force. It fell from the sky like a meteorite to the ground. Pft, pft, pft. The heaven wasteland star-devouring python roared and spat out dark red blood. The sound wave shook the 9 heavens. "My blood, this is my blood," Du Xiaofu shouted. His heart ached when he saw the blood that the heaven wasteland star-devouring python spat out. He immediately wrapped his hand in golden light and pulled out several huge scales from the back of the heaven wasteland star-devouring python along with several dozen kilograms of flesh. Blood gushed out of the huge body. Swish! Du Xiaofu opened his mouth to drink the beast blood while holding a few jade bottles. The blood of a peak mysterious sovereign beast level heaven wasteland star-devouring python was absolutely priceless and hard to find. Aolo, under the intense pain, the heaven wasteland star-devouring python roared like thunder. It lost its original intimidating sharpness and revealed fear in its eyes. The heaven wasteland star-devouring python's body erupted with 7-colored light. Its scales shone like 7-colored flames and the surrounding space boiled. The heaven wasteland star-devouring python seemed to be risking its life. In the end, it actually broke free from the restraint of Du Xiaofu, whose heart was filled with beast blood. Its huge body immediately shrunk and turned into a 7-colored lightning. It immediately fled without looking back. "Don't run, I haven't had my fill yet. Don't run," Du Xiaofu shouted. His heart ached so much that he wanted to die. It was as if his most beloved item had run away. In the blink of an eye, the heaven wasteland star-devouring python had disappeared without a trace. Du Xiaofu patted his thigh regretfully. He could no longer chase. "Run, run quickly!" The remaining dozen or so beasts in the distance panicked when they saw the heaven wasteland star-devouring python fleeing. They scattered like birds and beasts. Sigh, what a waste of a great opportunity. It's all my fault. Du Xiaofu was still distressed. He slowly put away the jade bottles filled with the beast blood of the heaven wasteland star-devouring python. He wiped the beast blood from the corner of his mouth, and then picked up a few scales of the heaven wasteland star-devouring python with several dozen kilograms of flesh. "Let's stew it together. The taste should be even better." Du Xiaofu threw the several dozen kilograms of flesh of the heaven wasteland star-devouring python into the medicinal hut to be stewed. His expression was a little gloomy. He still felt pity for the heaven wasteland star-devouring python that had escaped. At this time, the surrounding onlookers' eyes were filled with fear. All of them felt their hair stand on end. While they rejoiced that they did not provoke the terrifying purple-robed youth, they were also shocked by the demon king Du Xiaofu, who was drinking the beast blood and tearing the heaven wasteland star-devouring python apart. The demon king Du Xiaofu's savagery was beyond their imagination. The demon king Du Xiaofu was simply not human. He was a real peerless beast. His savagery was matchless. He lived up to the name of the demon king. Recently, little Yu has been registering for the driver's license test. These days, he has been busy with the physical examination, residence permit application, and the driving test questions. Especially today's residence permit application. He has been delayed by some tedious things. The update schedule is also messed up. I apologize here. As for the other things, some brothers should not have too much hope. Little Yu has always been a part-time writer. He has never been a full-time writer. Now, he can only maintain the third update every day. Without hard work, Little Yu has never asked for flowers or anything. Of course, he will continue to ask for everyone's support. If there are readers who feel that the writing is not good, they can choose another option. Therefore, with Little Yu's current state, I believe that there is nothing to criticize. Of course, writing has long been an important part of Little Yu's life. He will always do his best and do it seriously. As for the outburst, whether it is his body or his life, he cannot bear it. I really hope that everyone can understand. Maintaining the third update every day is already more than most full-time writers. Finally, I wish everyone a happy life and a smooth job. Chapter 1045. With the addition of the meat of the desolate star-swallowing python, a pot of soup was ready. Seeing the cultivation of the demon king Du Xiaofu, the surrounding people were drooling, but they did not dare to move. Martial granduncle, you are strong. Why don't you ask the demon king Du Xiaofu for some soup? A chubby young man in the crowd, so fat that he could barely walk, was drooling at the corner of his mouth, as he said weakly to a gray-haired old man beside him. Piss off, you little brat. I heard that the demon king Du Xiaofu has a puppet that can fight against the fire blade venerable of the heaven blade sect. Do you think he is easy to deal with? The old man glared fiercely at the fatty. His eyes had long turned red as he looked at the meat-fragrant soup in the medicinal hut. If not for the fact that he was worried about the puppet on Devil King Du Xiaofu's body, it was likely that he would have long been unable to resist asking for some soup to drink. Seeing how the demon king Du Xiaofu and the others were so relaxed, the surrounding experts became even more fearful. It smells good and tastes good. The meat of the desolate star-swallowing python is good too. Du Xiaoqing drank the soup. Green and red light rippled around her body as she ate heartily, not caring about her image at all. It is good. Du Xiaofu drank the soup in large mouthfuls. He wiped his mouth and burped in satisfaction. Then he looked at the surrounding people and said, "Everyone, listen up. I am looking for news of Du Tingxian. If any of you have the latest news of Du Tingxian, you can exchange it for a piece of the roasted meat of the green head serpent, the meat of the green head serpent, the meat of the desolate star-swallowing python, and many precious heavenly treasures. The effect is comparable to a venerable grade pill for cultivators like us. Only the first 10 people. If you want it, do it early." As his voice rang out, Du Xiaofu slightly tweaked the treasured soup. Immediately, many people found it even more difficult to endure. Du Tingxian hasn't shown up for an entire month. Rumor has it that the relic of the divine Thunder Manor should be at Thunder Rolling Mountain in Tianhuang mainland. Du Tingxian has obtained something related to the divine Thunder Manor and will definitely go to Thunder Rolling Mountain. It's said that Du Tingxian obtained a guiding talisman. He'll be able to get the upper hand in the Divine Thunder Mansion and have the highest chance of obtaining the inheritance of Jinlei Tensei. Right now, at least half of the people in the entire Tianhuang mainland are looking for Du Tingxian. Among them, the dragons want to kill Du Tingxian. As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, there was only a momentary pause. Immediately, there was a hubbub of voices all around. Many people rushed out and talked about what they had learned about Du Tingxian recently. 1, 2 and you 3, 9. The last one will be you. No doubt it's you. Good luck has fallen on your head. The last one will be the 10th. In just a dozen seconds, 6 old men, 3 middle-aged men, and the last delicate woman became the guests in front of Du Xiaofu's medicinal hut. Each of them received a small piece of green dragon meat and a big bowl of thick soup. Delicious. This taste can only be found in heaven. It's the best in the world. Delicious, it's too delicious. The 10 people wolfed down the food, causing the surrounding people to blush. Du Xiaofu, I still have news about Du Tingxian. Many people shouted loudly, wanting to get some benefits. I only need 10. It's already full. Du Xiaofu smiled and waved his hand to decline. 10 pieces of news was enough. The extra news was almost the same. From these 10 pieces of news, at least his alcoholic father was still safe. Grandmaster, you're too mean. Grandmaster Marshal Uncle, give us some. The surrounding people were quite noisy. The disciples behind the 10 people shouted loudly. However, the 10 people were eating the roasted meat and drinking the thick soup. It melted in their mouth. How could they still think about the disciples behind them? They didn't even have enough to eat. Little brother Du Xiaofu, can you give me a little more? It's not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. A smiling old man with a head full of grayish-white hair, except for his eyebrows, gulped down the food. When the barbecued meat and soup disappeared, he even forgot the taste. He smiled at Du Xiaofu in embarrassment, wanting to eat more. I'll give you another bowl. Du Xiaofu nodded and gave the old man another bowl of thick soup. But there's no more roasted meat. Many thanks. If you think highly of me, you'll be my brother in the future. The old man patted his chest and said to Du Xiaofu, I have enemies all over the world. You still dare to be pretentious with me? Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Du Xiaofu laughed. What's there to be afraid of? However, I only represent myself. The heavens will sect behind me has nothing to do with me. The white-brow mountain man smiled embarrassedly and said to Du Xiaofu, You have quite a number of enemies. The Heaven Saber sect and the Dragon race are both terrifying. However, if you meet an enemy now, I, the white-brow mountain man, will not hesitate. Regardless of whether you're telling the truth or not, I'll call you Brother White-Brows in the future. Du Xiaofu smiled. When he saw the old man, he was reminded of Fu Yibai from the Du family. Haha, little brother Xiaofu. The old man laughed and drank the bowl of thick soup. Continue. Treat it as my filial piety. Du Xiaofu handed another bowl of soup to the white-brow hermit. The white-brow hermit smiled brightly, and the surrounding people were envious. Since the demon king Du Xiaofu and Marshal Granduncle call each other brothers, should we also call the demon king Du Xiaofu Marshal Granduncle? The disciples behind the old man looked around. I'm full. Dongli Qingqing wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth. She was still as beautiful as ever. She had never been tainted by worldly affairs. However, every time she met him, it would become an accident. I'm full too. However, I think I'm about to break through. Du Xiaoqing burped. She suddenly felt an opportunity. She was about to break through. Therefore, she sat down cross-legged and formed a seal with her hands. She began to attempt to break through. At Du Xiaoqing's current cultivation level, the opportunity to break through was something that could only be encountered by chance. If she missed it, she would not know when the next opportunity would come. Therefore, Du Xiaoqing did not want to miss it. She immediately attempted to break through and improve her cultivation. Little tiger, I'll leave the rest to you. Du Xiaofu said to the little tiger. There was still half a cauldron of thick soup. That was a great tonic. The little tiger received the order. Immediately, the black runes on his body surged, and he transformed into his true form. He roared like thunder. Under the shocked gazes of many, he directly devoured the thick soup in the medicinal hut. Even the bones were not spared. Third young master, I think I'm about to break through too. After transforming into his human form, the little tiger said to Du Xiaofu in surprise. He also felt that he was about to break through. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to prepare. Protector. Du Xiaofu smiled. Then, he set up a seal around Du Xiaoqing and the little tiger. He was waiting for the two of them to break through. The surrounding spectators left. The people of Baimei Mountain also took their leave. On the bustling mountain path, only Du Xiaofu and a few others were left. Walala, the surrounding energy of heaven and earth gathered and turned into a whirlpool. It surged into the little tiger and Du Xiaoqing's bodies. Their opportunity came as they wished, and it was extremely fast. Everything had already flowed naturally, and the process of breaking through was also extremely fast. Du Xiaofu also sat down cross-legged and adjusted his breathing. He absorbed the energy contained in the thick soup and the green dragon meat. It turned into pure celestial chi and surged into the spirit watchtower. Boom! 2 days later, the little tiger broke through. Its huge body covered the sky. Black runes swept out along with the golden light. It had stepped into the Beast Emperor realm. The next day, Du Shaoqing also began to break through. The body of the Baifeng divine bird appeared and shook the sky. Green and red flames occupied the sea of clouds. Du Shaoqing stepped into the beast venerable realm. That terrifying aura swept out and shocked many passers-by. They didn't dare to approach. I've finally broken through. After transforming into her human form, Du Shaoqing's smile was like a blooming epiphyllum. It carried a kind of holy beauty that made people engrave her in their hearts at first glance. "Let's go to Thunder Rolling Mountain," Du Xiaofu said. He had already been delayed for a few days, and it was said that the signs of the divine Thunder Mansion appeared at Thunder Rolling Mountain. His drunkard father might also go to Thunder Rolling Mountain, so he had to go to Thunder Rolling Mountain to try his luck. Whoosh whoosh, then, the few of them turned into streaks of light and immediately disappeared. The next day, in front of a vast mountain range, a shocking muffled sound of energy came from afar. Talisman light could be seen soaring into the sky. The aura was extremely vigorous and terrifying. It seems to be very lively. Several figures descended from the sky. It was Du Xiaofu, Dongli Qingqing, Du Shaoqing, Little Tiger, and Du Xiaoyao. Du Xiaofu and the others curiously gathered around as they looked at the shocking commotion in front of them. Chapter 1046. Du Xiaofu even vaguely felt a sense of familiarity from the aura coming from afar, as if it was connected to him. There were a lot of onlookers in front of him. There were close to 1,000 people. Recently, many experts from all the factions of the 9 states, the Beast region, and the Yao realm had arrived on Tianhuang mainland. The originally sparsely populated Tianhuang mainland had become extremely lively. Moo! Just as Du Xiaofu approached, the sound of an energy explosion rang out, and a thunderous roar echoed through the surrounding mountains like a clap of thunder. It shook the surrounding mountains and caused a lot of rocks to fall down, and the echoes continued to roll endlessly. There were 2 people fighting fiercely in front of him. They were respectively dealing with 2 huge demonic beasts. There were also several demonic beast corpses on the ground, but their cultivation levels were not as strong as the 2 huge demonic beasts that were still fighting fiercely. There were 2 gigantic demonic beasts. One of them was a gigantic demonic leopard covered in blue scales. Its body was several hundred feet long, and its aura was at the peak of the complete circle of the Beast Emperor realm. Its bloody mouth had a mouthful of sharp teeth, and its 4 powerful legs were like heavenly pillars. Its pair of terrifying eyes were abnormally ferocious, and runes were erupting from it. Its roar caused the surrounding mountains to tremble, and the earth to shake as if there was an earthquake. When Du Xiaofu's gaze landed on another gigantic demonic beast, his gaze suddenly trembled, and his heart trembled violently. Du Xiaofu's gaze landed on a colossal figure. Its terrifying aura spread across the sky, making it difficult for ordinary cultivators to breathe and obstructing the Xian Qi in their bodies. It was a gigantic bull that was over 1,000 feet in size. Its entire body was crimson black with a tinge of gold. The surface of its body was covered in black and gold flames. Its 4 gigantic legs stood tall in the sky. On its pair of crescent-shaped horns, golden talisman patterns flickered. Its aura was terrifying. The most peculiar thing was that this giant bull had a pair of golden wings that did not belong to the bull clan. Its wings were huge and glittering with golden light. It emitted an unparalleled pressure. Even though the giant bull's cultivation was at the peak of the complete Beast Emperor realm, it was enough to make an ordinary martial saint who had just ascended to martial saint tremble. At this moment, 2 extraordinary youths were dealing with the blue leopard and the black gold ox respectively. And Zhuishu's strength is not bad. And Yuchen is not weak either. Both of them have just reached the martial honorable realm, and their names have shaken Lan Prefecture. The reputation of the two brothers in the Lan Prefecture is only below Mo Wu Shang. Even if it's Mo Wu Shang, he would have to retreat a little if he met the two brothers together. The Sky Desolation Leopard and the Ancient Crimson Heavenly Flame Bull are also terrifying, especially the Ancient Crimson Heavenly Flame Bull. It seems to have mutated and is very powerful. The Desolate Sky Leopard and the Ancient Crimson Sky Flame Bull are both savage beasts of the Tianhuang continent. I didn't expect their bloodlines to have reached such a level. If the two brothers in Zhuoshu and in Yuchen were to tame them as mounts, they would undoubtedly be a great help in the future. Mounts aren't easy to tame, but those two brothers aren't ordinary people either. There's a good chance that we'll succeed today. There was a lot of discussion in the surroundings, and all eyes were focused on the fierce battle in the field. At that moment, the two similar-looking youths on the battlefield each unleashed a terrifying might, suppressing the Ancient Crimson Heavenly Flame Bull and Desolation Sky Leopard before them. Senior brethren, do your best. Tame those two evil beasts. Not far away, there were many young men and women cheering. Some old and middle-aged men nodded inwardly with smiles in their eyes. Moo! The Ancient Crimson Heavenly Flame Bull and the Ancient Crimson Heavenly Flame Bull were extremely similar. Its roar was like thunder, and the energy of heaven and earth around its huge body fluctuated chaotically. Black and gold runes flickered on its body, accompanied by black flames jumping. Its huge body was like a meteorite as it charged towards an extraordinary youth. Evil beast, submit to me and be my mount. Otherwise I'll kill you. The youth facing the Ancient Crimson Heavenly Flame Bull was rather domineering. His robe fluttered as he punched at the Ancient Crimson Heavenly Flame Bull. The youth's punches exploded with runes that could shatter mountains and distort space, suppressing the Ancient Crimson Heavenly Flame Bull. Roar! Not far away, the Desolation Sky Leopard roared. Blue runes erupted all over its body, bringing with it a monstrous rune impact. Energy boiled around its body, and wherever its huge body passed, the place cracked, bringing with it a desolate aura. Be my mount, otherwise you'll die. The other youth seemed to have a fiery temper, and he was also very arrogant. Runes flowed from his body as he leaped up and punched the Desolation Sky Leopard, suppressing it. The intense battle between the two men and the two beasts had lasted for a long time. However, many people in the surroundings could tell that the two beasts had been suppressed. If not for the two young men, who had just reached the martial honorable realm, holding back and wanting to subdue the two beasts would have been unable to resist. However, even if they had persevered until now, the two beasts were in a desperate situation. Bang! Large mouthfuls of blood flowed from its mouth. I'd rather die in battle than submit to you. The Ancient Crimson Heavenly Flame Bull roared, and from its bloody mouth, it spat out a black gold flame. It turned into a black gold flame halo, and with blazing runes, it blocked the youth's martial vein collapse. Evil beast will always be evil beast. The youth shouted coldly and activated his martial vein. With a mighty aura, he waved his hand and slapped at the black gold flame halo of the Ancient Crimson Heavenly Flame Bull. Suddenly, tens of thousands of runes burst forth, and waves of fire splashed in all directions. The Ancient Crimson Heavenly Flame Bull finally couldn't resist. It coughed out blood again, and its huge body was forced back. Evil beast, if you don't want to be my mount, then I'll dig out your bones and draw out your blood. The youth shouted coldly. Although it was a pity, he didn't want to waste any more time. With a terrifying aura, the runes gathered into the phantom of a mountain, and it instantly pressed down on the Ancient Crimson Heavenly Flame Bull's head. That terrifying aura erupted, and everyone could feel the killing intent of the youth. The Ancient Crimson Heavenly Flame Bull was about to be killed. Get out of my way! At this moment, A purple-robed youth appeared in front of the ancient crimson heavenly flame bowl, and golden light erupted from his body. In the next instant, the purple-robed youth slapped his hand forward, and golden runes flew out. It was like a golden rock spreading its wings, and it was incomparably domineering as it swept out with one wing. Walala, golden light erupted, and the phantom mountain attack formed by the youth was instantly destroyed. Rumbling sounds echoed in the surroundings, and it seemed like the world was about to explode. Then, the crowd saw the body of the young man, who had been extraordinary and peerless just a moment ago, fall from the sky like a bird with broken wings. Blood continuously spat out from the youth's mouth. He was unable to withstand a single blow, and he heavily smashed onto the ground. Everything happened too quickly, and some people didn't even have time to react. You should leave too. A beautiful woman also appeared in front of the desolation sky leopard, whose mouth was filled with blood, as it was retreating in defeat. She waved her hand, and a palm print that seemed to be filled with surging vitality immediately appeared in front of the second youth. This light palm had an aura that was filled with vitality, but for some unknown reason, it caused the second youth's hair to stand on end. He could only forcefully endure the fear in his heart, and send a palm strike with all his strength. Chapter 1047. Boom! Runes burst forth as the palms collided. A muffled rumble of energy resounded from the point of collision. A storm swept through the surrounding mountains like a tornado, sweeping away rocks and broken trees. Sand and rocks flew in all directions as the wind and clouds surged. The entire area was thrown into chaos as the ground shook violently. The second young man was also suddenly sent flying backward. Blood spurted from his mouth as his body smashed into a pile of rock. Following the appearance of the young man and woman, many people in the surroundings immediately shrunk their neck. These two young men and woman were too strong. The two brothers, Nzwashu and Nyuchin, could not even withstand a single blow. Just how terrifying was this? Could it be that they are the younger generation of those secluded great sects? Many gazes trembled as they stared intently at the young man and woman. All of them were stunned in their hearts. At this moment, the ancient crimson heavenly flame bull and the desolate sky leopard also revealed surprised expressions at the sudden appearance of reinforcements. Du Xiaofu had a doubtful expression in their huge eyes. The ones who had just lent a helping hand were naturally Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing. Du Xiaofu looked at the enormous ancient crimson heavenly flame bull in front of him. His stern expression turned gentle as he smiled and said, "Little fellow, do you not recognize me?" The ancient crimson heavenly flame bull's eyes brightened as its body trembled in excitement. It had recognized the young man in front of it as well as the fairy-like beauty nearby. "Big brother, big sister, it's you. Why have you come?" A moment later, the ancient crimson heavenly flame bull choked out a sentence. It really did not know what to call the purple-robed young man, but it knew who the purple-robed young man and the fairy-like beauty were. They were the third and fourth living beings it had seen since it was born, with the exception of its parents. "Little fellow, your improvement is really frightening." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. Compared to the beast tribe, the ancient crimson heavenly flame bull before him was just a toddler. However, its cultivation had already reached such a frightening level. This ancient crimson heavenly flame bull was the crimson crow flame bull that Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing had met in the dark forest. The scarlet rock that was born from crimson crow and embermane did not drink milk when it was born. Instead, it drank Du Xiaofu's golden-winged rock blood. Although Scarlet Rock should have evolved from the scarlet-black flaming bull to the ancient crimson sky flaming bull, Du Xiaofu could tell at a glance that the aura on Scarlet Rock was related to him. "Brother, I finally see you again." Scarlet Rock was excited. Faint golden ripples appeared in its crimson-black flame-like eyes. Its huge body immediately transformed into a young boy around 10 years old. The young boy was dressed in black and gold. He had a sturdy and well-built body. Faint golden ripples appeared in his eyes. However, there were 2 small horns on his forehead, making him look extremely cute. Scarlet Rock, who had transformed into a young boy, immediately ran to Du Xiaofu's side and acted intimately. To him, the purple-robed youth in front of him was his family. The blood that flowed in their bodies was connected. The desolate sky leopard's huge body also transformed. As the runes flashed, it finally transformed into a girl that seemed to be only 2 or 3 years older than Du Xiaoqing. Her delicate body exuded a kind of vigorous gentleness. Her extremely special light blue hair was so shiny that it could reflect one's appearance. It naturally draped over her waist. She wore a tight blue armor that outlined an absolutely seductive curve. Her entire person was like a blue fairy. The girl stepped forward to Scarlet Rock's side. Her graceful figure was extremely graceful, and her temperament was otherworldly. She also exuded a kind of vigorous and indescribable allure. She was curiously looking at Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing. At this moment, a beautiful girl and a black-clothed youth were approaching. She also saw the little golden macaque on the beautiful and ethereal girl's body. She could feel that their auras were extraordinary. "Io, this little calf is so strong. What a surprise. Little calf, do you still recognize me?" Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaoqing's shoulder and glanced at Scarlet Rock. Back then in the dark forest, he would never forget how that little calf had peed on him. "Hee, you're that stone demon?" Scarlet Rock looked at Du Xiaoyao. It took him a while to recognize Du Xiaoyao. "Scarlet Rock, who are they?" the girl asked Scarlet Rock as she looked at Du Xiaofu and the others. "Big Sister Blue Fantasy, they're my brother and sister. They're my family. It's a long story, I'll tell you when we get back," Scarlet Rock said happily to Blue Fantasy. "Thank you for your help, but they're very strong. Can you help me take Scarlet Rock away and find my father?" Blue Fantasy's expression was still dignified. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. On her charming face, her long eyelashes fluttered, and her large eyes shone with a sharp light. However, they were clear and noble. She stared at Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing. She knew that they were friends and not enemies. Du Xiaofu looked at the girl. Her body was curvy under her armor, and her waist was tight. It was as if she was silently seducing him, sending out a seductive invitation. This girl's attire was clearly not glamorous, but it gave off a charming feeling. She was not as direct as Li Shui and was much more reserved. However, she had a wild charm that seemed to come from her bones and could quietly tug at a man's nerves. "Don't worry, you'll be fine," Du Xiaofu said to Blue Fantasy. This girl, who was a desolation panther, was still able to let Scarlet Rock go first in such a dangerous situation. It was enough to show that her relationship with Scarlet Rock was not ordinary. "Bastards, who are you?" As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, a loud roar was heard. Over 100 people clustered together and helped the 2 bloodied and miserable youths up. The leader of the group was a short and fat elder. He stared gloomily at Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing. "You can leave now. Otherwise, I won't be polite. Even a chaotic element martial honor might not be able to take advantage of me." Du Xiaofu stared at the short and fat elder. His eyes were sharp and he did not back down. These people had injured Scarlet Rock and had already angered Du Xiaofu. If it were not for the fact that there were so many people around him and he had his reservations, Du Xiaofu would have attacked long ago. "Kid, you must be tired of living. You dared to touch a disciple of my ancient fist sect, and even dare to act so arrogantly in front of my ancient fist sect. Come and report it to me," the short and fat old man shouted in a deep voice. However, a trace of seriousness and suspicion flashed across his eyes. That young man was actually able to see through his cultivation with a single glance. Given how terrifying his strength was, it was likely that his background was definitely not ordinary. Therefore, although the elder was furious, he did not dare to attack immediately. Instead, He beat around the bush to find out the other party's identity. His name is Du Xiaofu. He is Gu Qingyang's disciple. Fat revered Buddha, I dare you to touch a single hair on his head. As the last word was uttered, a white-haired elder appeared in the sky. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and he had the demeanor of a transcendent being. He had white hair and a white beard. He carried an ancient sword on his back and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked like a peerless expert. Du Xiaofu, that's Du Xiaofu, the Demon King. Everyone was stunned when they heard that. The name of the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was now famous across Tianhuang mainland. At that moment, the short and fat old man's gaze was extremely ugly as he stared at the old man in white. The corners of his eyes twitched and his expression was gloomy as he said, Gu Qingyang, it's a small world. Just you wait in your ancient heaven sect. Let's go. In the end, the short and fat elder waved his hand and left with over 100 disciples of the ancient fist sect. He did not linger at all. Master, why have you come? Du Xiaofu was pleasantly surprised. Who else could the peerless expert who had appeared be other than his master, Gu Qingyang? There are more and more experts in Tianhuang mainland. The Manchu was worried and sent me here as well. Your Grand Master Golden Rock is also here. However, he has already gone to scout ahead. Gu Qingyang watched as the ancient fist sect's fat Buddha left, then smiled at Du Xiaofu. His two front teeth protruded out, and his saliva splattered everywhere. Suddenly, the image of a peerless expert disappeared. Whoosh whoosh, many wind-breaking sounds could be heard in the sky behind them. Then, many figures streaked across the sky and appeared in the sky. Familiar figures immediately fell into Du Xiaofu's eyes. They were none other than Yin Machun, Shui Ruhan, Chun Ling, Si Ruofeng, and the other outstanding talents of the ancient heaven sect's younger generation, third senior brother Yu Wanli, first senior brother Jian Santong, Chang Mingze, elder Hu Sankuan, and the others. Chapter 1048. There were also several experts that Du Xiaofu had seen before. They were all venerable-level experts of the ancient heaven sect who had entered the Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron to train their bodies. I heard that you're quite famous in the Tianhuang mainland now. You killed Xue Qianzhan of the Heaven Knife sect of Hanzhou and angered the dragons. Xin Ling stared at Du Xiaofu in shock and said, You're really famous everywhere you go. Do you want to try? The dragons also have a Dragon 9. How about I let you have him? Du Xiaofu chuckled and said to Xin Ling, Dragon 9. Hearing this, Xiang Ling immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and almost couldn't recover from his shock. He said, Forget it. I saw Long Jio's strength the day before yesterday. He easily killed a beast sovereign stage Nirvana realm Lei Yunyan. I'm no match for him. You should be careful. Alright, let's leave this place first. The ancient fist sect didn't send only one venerable fatty. If the other one comes, it'll be troublesome. Gu Qingyang said. The two disciples of the ancient fist sect were severely injured just now. They probably wouldn't let this matter rest. The ancient fist sect wouldn't be inferior to the ancient heaven sect. Brother, sister Blue Fantasy and I have to go back too. Otherwise, Uncle Huang will be worried. Scarlet Rock's eyes shone with a faint golden light as she said to Du Xiaofu, Why don't you guys come with me too? My father and mother often talk about you. If they know that you're here, they'll be very happy. Your father and mother are here too? Du Xiaofu asked Scarlet Rock. Yes, father and mother have always been here. Scarlet Rock nodded. We've always lived here. The entire Tianhuang mainland belongs to us. It's just that a lot of humans and beasts have come recently. Many of them have killed many of our beasts. How detestable! Blue Fantasy's eyes were wild and fierce. Recently, many beasts had been killed by humans on the Tianhuang mainland. She and Scarlet Rock had brought a few powerful beasts out for revenge, but they were suppressed by the two young men in the end. If they hadn't been rescued, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Is the Tianhuang mainland's beasts? Du Xiaofu asked Blue Fantasy. Blue Fantasy looked at Du Xiaofu and Blue Fantasy looked at Du Xiaofu and said Blue Fantasy looked at Du Xiaofu, Blue Fantasy looked at Du Xiaofu, and rock. If that's the case, it should be quite easy for you to find someone, right? Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up. Then, he asked Scarlet Rock and Blue Fantasy, I need to find someone. I wonder if you can help? Brother, are you looking for a human? Scarlet Rock asked Du Xiaofu. That's right. He's on the Tianhuang mainland now. I have to find him as soon as possible. Du Xiaofu nodded. If he could get the help of the beasts on the Tianhuang mainland, there was no doubt that he would have a much higher chance of finding his drunkard father. Sister Blue Fantasy? Scarlet Rock looked at Blue Fantasy with pleading eyes. Blue Fantasy looked at Scarlet Rock, then at Du Xiaofu and said, My father won't agree to help a human. However, you just saved me and I'm indebted to you. I don't think my father won't help you, but I can't guarantee it. However, I can bring you back to ask my father. If my father agrees, then everything will be fine. I can get all the beasts to help you find him. Thank you. Du Xiaofu nodded and was willing to go back with Blue Fantasy. I can't bring them back. Humans are not welcome at our place. Blue Fantasy looked at Gu Qingyang, Shen Ling, Yin Machin, and the others and said. Du Xiaofu understood. He glanced at Gu Qingyang and said, Master, I have some matters to attend to. I'll bid you farewell and find you later. Xiaofu, you're in a very dangerous situation right now. Some of the beasts on the Tianhuang mainland aren't easy to deal with either. You. Gu Qingyang frowned. He was obviously worried. Don't worry, Master. I'll be fine, Du Xiaofu assured Gu Qingyang. Then I'll go with you alone. Gu Qingyang was still worried. Du Xiaofu had already offended the dragons. Now there was the ancient fist sect in the Sky Saber sect. How could he not worry about his beloved disciple? Don't worry, Master. I'll be fine. There are dangers everywhere. The disciples of the Manchu still need Master's protection. Du Xiaofu glanced at the people of the Manchu sect. Although the ancient Sky sect had more than one martial honorable, they weren't enough to protect the disciples of the Manchu in the Tianhuang mainland. All right then. Be careful. Seeing Du Xiaofu's insistence and the disciples of the Manchu needing his protection, Gu Qingyang nodded in agreement. His disciple also seemed to be confident. Whoosh whoosh then, Du Xiaofu, Dongli Qingqing, Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Tiger left with Blue Fantasy and Scarlet Rock, carrying the corpses of the beasts on the ground. This guy seems to have an extraordinary girl by his side. Shui Ruhen's blue eyes were filled with ripples. She looked at Dongli Qingqing's back and murmured. As Scarlet Rock and Blue Fantasy left, Du Xiaofu learned from Scarlet Rock that Scarlet Rock and her parents lived in the Tianhuang mainland. Back then, Scarlet Rock had gone to the Dark Forest because she was pregnant and her strength was greatly reduced. She had no choice but to leave to avoid powerful beasts. In the end, she accidentally found the Black Flame Spirit Ginseng in the Dark Forest. Then, she met Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing. After Scarlet Rock and Yan Qi left the Dark Forest, they didn't return to the Tianhuang mainland immediately. Instead, they came across another opportunity. After Scarlet Rock broke through to the Beast Lord realm, she didn't have to worry about powerful enemies and returned to the Tianhuang mainland. Although Scarlet Rock was young, he drank the blood of the golden-winged rock at birth and displayed terrifying talent. Perhaps because of the golden-winged rock's blood, the ancient Crimson Sky Fire Bull bloodline hidden in Scarlet Rock's body was awakened. Together with the benefits of the golden-winged rock's blood, he soared among the beasts and was recognized by one of the three giants of the Tianhuang mainland, the Desolation Leopard. Scarlet Rock was adopted by the Desolation Leopard and received the inheritance of an ancient Crimson Sky Fire Bull expert. In a short 7 to 8 years, he grew to the peak of the Beast Lord realm and was known as a miracle of the Tianhuang mainland. Blue Fantasy's father was one of the 3 giants of the Tianhuang mainland, the Desolation Leopard. He was a terrifying expert of the beast race and controlled all the beasts on the Tianhuang mainland with the other 2 giants. I still haven't formally thanked you. Thank you for saving Scarlet Rock and me. Lan Huan displayed her body in the midair. The curve of her body under her armor was outlined, giving her a kind of beauty and wildness. If one did not know that she was a frightening sky desolation leopard, it was likely that any man would have an intense desire to conquer her. Miss Blue Fantasy, you're too serious. Given my relationship with Scarlet Rock, there's no need for you to thank me, Du Xiaofu smiled. Dongli Qingqing smiled at Blue Fantasy and followed closely beside Du Xiaofu without saying anything. Are you a human couple? Blue Fantasy looked at Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing and asked curiously. She had a graceful figure and an otherworldly aura. She also had a vigorous and indescribable allure. In particular, her light blue hair fluttered in the wind, making her seem like a blue fairy. Chapter 1050. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. When that gaze landed on him, Du Xiaofu instantly felt as if he had been seen through. Dongli Qingqing's eyes twitched. She seemed to have sensed something when the thin middle-aged man looked at her. A faint green glow flashed across her eyes. As the thin middle-aged man sized them up, a hint of doubt suddenly appeared in his deep eyes. There are so many experts. Will these guys do anything to us? Du Xiaoyao sent a voice transmission to Du Xiaofu's mind. We'll act according to the situation, Du Xiaofu replied to Du Xiaoyao. Uncle Huang, that's my brother and sister. It was because of their help that Big Sister Blue Fantasy and I were able to escape danger, Scarlet Rock said to the thin middle-aged man. Qi Ping said to the skinny middle-aged man. He was one of the 3 giants of the beast race on Tianhuang mainland and was also Qi Ping's adoptive father, Desolation Leopard. However, Qi Ping had never changed his words. Scarlet Rock, did you know them before? The Desolation Leopard asked Scarlet Rock, as he retracted his gaze from Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing. Yes, Scarlet Rock nodded seriously. Uncle Huang, even if these people know Scarlet Rock, it can't prove that this isn't a ruse. I'm afraid that these shameless humans have sent people to investigate us, Jean Lin said to the Desolation Leopard with a respectful expression. He did not dare to be negligent. The Desolation Leopard looked at Jean Lin before glancing past Du Xiaofu, Dongli Qingqing, and the others. He replied to Jean Lin, Nephew Jean Lin, how do you think we should separate them? Although they're humans, if they've really saved Scarlet Rock and Blue Fantasy, we should treat them with respect. Uncle Huang, with the cultivation of Little Sister Blue Fantasy and Scarlet Rock, if these 2 humans want to save Little Sister Blue Fantasy and Scarlet Rock, their strength must be extraordinary. Why don't you let me test their strength? Jean Lin said to the Desolation Leopard with pride and confidence in his eyes. Father, Blue Fantasy's face darkened slightly when she heard that. She looked at her father and Rock, they're my benefactors. It doesn't Rock Atlas, humans are very cunning. We should indeed take precautions. The Desolation Leopard waved his hand to indicate that there was no need for Blue Fantasy to say anything more. He calmly raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu. He said, My 2 friends, there have been many grievances between us magical beasts and humans recently. We need to be careful of some humans with ulterior motives. For the sake of all the magical beasts on the Desolation Cliff, why don't the 2 of you take some action? With him. Du Xiaofu looked around, and his slightly serious expression relaxed. He glanced at Jean Lin in front of him and said casually, Then if I win, what does it mean? If you can defeat Jean Lin, I believe that those humans won't feel at ease letting such a talented junior come to the Desolation Cliff, said the Desolation Leopard. He looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled meaningfully. All right then. After Du Xiaofu said that, he took a few steps forward. Du Xiaoyao jumped from his shoulder to Du Xiaoqing's shoulder. Seeing Du Xiaofu walk out, Blue Fantasy's worried expression relaxed quite a bit. You two humans can attack together. Jin Lin looked at Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing. His cold gaze swept across them, causing the entire space to turn cold as if frost had descended. At this moment, Qi Yen and Yan Qi were the most worried. They looked at Scarlet Rock with serious eyes. Father, Mother, don't worry. Scarlet Rock was not worried at all. She even had a faint mysterious smile on her face. Just you, I alone will be enough. Du Xiaofu walked out. His entire body fluctuated with a faint golden light as he walked towards Jin Lin. The aura that spread out from the golden light immediately caused the eyes of many beast race experts to tremble. It was as if they felt a terrifying aura. Shameless boasting. I hate humans the most. I'll let you know how powerful I, Jin Lin, am. Jin Lin was gloomy as he looked down at Du Xiaofu. His entire body began to glow with a yellow light, emitting a terrifying fluctuation. He waved his hand and punched towards Du Xiaofu like a black tiger digging out its heart. Everything happened too quickly. Jin Lin's attack was too fast. It was as fast as lightning. His attack was fierce and tyrannical. He did not show any mercy. He wanted to get rid of the human in front of him in one move. Humph! Jin Lin was fast and incomparably fierce. However, Du Xiaofu was not an ordinary person. He snorted coldly and directly punched out. Bang bang! Suddenly, a deep sonic boom resounded. Terrifying energy erupted. Runes soared into the sky, dazzling and dazzling. Golden light swept in all directions. Yellow light exploded, shaking the ground in all directions. Deng deng, under many shocked gazes, Jin Lin's body staggered back. Some people saw that there was blood on Jin Lin's fist. When Jin Lin stabilized his body, his eyes were filled with shock and fear. His fist was numb and the web between his thumb and index finger was cracked. Blood was flowing out. Jin Lin was very powerful. He was confident in his defense. However, his opponent's strength was too great. It was so terrifying. What a domineering punch. It looks simple, but every movement is overbearing. It's like an invincible force. It seems to have fused with a type of martial arts. It's domineering as if it has the power to pull up a mountain. It's sharp as if it can tear the sky apart. The Desolation Leopard's eyes moved. Then, he said softly, however, that aura. Is he a human or a beast? Behind the Desolation Leopard, the old man in his 50s had a sneer in his eyes. At this moment, his entire face turned gloomy. Roar! Golden runes erupted. Jin Lin transformed into his true form. It was a huge golden lion that was more than 100 feet long. His entire body was covered in golden scales, and dazzling runes burst out. Golden-scaled ancient lion, the peak of the beast's sovereign realm. Du Xiaofu raised his head. In front of the huge golden lion, his body seemed extremely small. However, the aura that emanated from his body set off a majestic aura. I wonder what the effect of the golden-scaled ancient lion's blood essence will be. Also, the meat of the golden-scaled ancient lion must be very nutritious. Du Xiaofu looked at the huge golden lion and licked his lips. His eyes revealed a greedy look. Boom! In the next moment, golden runes burst out from the body of the golden-scaled ancient lion. Then, they started to arrange themselves. In the end, they turned into an illusory golden lion that was dozens of feet long. The illusory golden lion spread out. As soon as it appeared, it shook the heavens and the earth. Its terrifying power caused the surrounding space to tremble. Roar! The shadow of the golden lion roared as it rushed towards Du Xiaofu. Under that terrifying power, it seemed to want to shatter the surrounding space. Its roar was like thunder, and the sound waves that had materialized swept out in all directions like a vast ocean. It was able to shatter the sky with its roar and suppress all living things in the world. That is Jin Lin's gifted superpower, the Golden Lion Roar. It can destroy one's primordial spirit and shatter one's mind. It is said that an ancient ancestor of the golden-scaled ancient lion clan could shatter the stars and break the mountains with a single roar. The surrounding people exclaimed. Everyone knew how terrifying Jin Lin was. He was the strongest among the younger generation on Tianhuang Cliff. He is very strong. However, he is only at the peak of the beast sovereign realm. Du Xiaofu wasn't afraid at all. His purple robe fluttered as he waved his hand, and golden talisman runes lined up. With a rumbling sound, the golden talisman runes condensed into the silhouette of golden wings. They interweaved into a golden ball of light that collided with the silhouette of the lion and shattered it. Bang! In the next moment, Du Xiaofu appeared in front of the gigantic golden-scaled ancient lion like a ghost. His purple robe was wrapped in golden light, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Du Xiaofu punched out and a golden ocean appeared behind him. It stirred up huge waves in the sky and landed on Jin Lin's body. Bang bang! Jin Lin's gigantic body spat out a mouthful of blood and landed heavily on the ground. He had already transformed back into his human form. However, the impact caused the ground to shake. The golden-scaled ancient lion, who had just reached the peak of the beast sovereign realm, was defeated easily by Su Mo. This scene caused many beasts to be dumbfounded. They could not believe it. Is that young man in purple a human or a beast? His aura is more like that of us beast. Some people looked at Du Xiaofu in shock. They could feel that Du Xiaofu's aura was more like that of a beast than a human. Jin Lin got up from the ground with blood dripping from his mouth. He looked at the young man in purple in the air with fear in his eyes. Chapter 1051. Lin, how are you? The old man in his 50s immediately arrived beside the heavily injured Jin Lin. His golden hair draped over his shoulders, and he seemed worried. Jin Lin's mouth was filled with blood. He was unable to speak, but he stuffed quite a few pills into his mouth. Du Xiaoyao drooled on Du Xiaoqing's shoulder when she saw this. The old man supported Jin Lin and looked at Du Xiaofu. His eyes shone with a chilling light, and his presence was definitely terrifying. He said with a deep and heavy voice, "Kid, you sure are vicious. What's your name and where do you come from? If you can't explain yourself today, there's no need for you to leave the desolate cliff." "Uncle Jin Gu, they're my benefactors. They've already proven their strength. Does Uncle Jin Gu still want to make things difficult for my benefactors?" Blue Fantasy said. She smiled on her enchanting face, but there was some sharpness in her eyes. She was like a cheetah. "Brother Jin Gu, these two humans are Blue Fantasy's benefactors. They're also people that the Scarlet Rock has known since she was young. They've already proven their strength, so they shouldn't be human spies. Jin Lin's injuries are quite heavy, so take him away to heal first. Don't let it affect his cultivation in the future," said the desolate leopard. Said the desolation leopard. His voice was calm, but it possessed an extremely great might. The various experts in the surroundings were unable to object. "Then we'll listen to the great commander." The old man called Jin Gu nodded. He withdrew his viciousness without leaving a trace and continued to say to the desolate leopard, "There's also the matter of the dragons. Great commander, please reconsider." With that, Jin Gu hurriedly left with the heavily injured Jin Lin and several others. The dragons. Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched slightly when he heard Jin Gu mention the dragons. Undetectable ripples flickered through his eyes. "Little brother, you really are quite powerful. Humans are extremely insignificant, but the talents of the best among humans can sometimes make beasts envious." The desolate leopard had looked at Du Xiaofu at some point in time. He smiled and said, "Let's find a place to sit alone so that I can express my gratitude for saving my daughter and the Scarlet Rock. At the same time, I want to have a good chat with you." Father, Blue Fantasy's Jiao Yen was slightly nervous. She seemed to want to say something. Huan Xian Yen Huan. The desolate leopard smiled at Blue Fantasy. Afterwards, he looked at Du Xiaofu with a faint smile, but he gave off an Inu Xiaofu. Under this pressure, even little Tiger and Du Shaoqing were affected. Only Du Xiaofu was able to remain calm and collected. "I'll listen to the commander." Du Xiaofu nodded at the desolate leopard. Afterward, he said to Dongli Qingqing and Du Xiaoyao, "Wait for me here. Don't go too far." Dongli Qingqing and Du Xiaoyao nodded in understanding. They obviously knew what Du Xiaofu meant. He wanted them to be more vigilant. A while later, Du Xiaofu followed the desolate leopard into the huge stone palace. Boom! The palace suddenly shook. The surrounding space immediately froze. The surrounding space had been sealed. Du Xiaofu raised his head. His clear eyes suddenly glowed with a golden light. A golden light shot out from his tall and thin body in purple robes. The cape on the desolate sky leopard's back fluttered, and the pattern on it moved like runes. Its eyes were suffused with a deep black and white light, covering it with a gloomy glow. A terrifying aura spread out from its body, immediately sweeping towards Du Xiaofu. Thump! Thump! Du Xiaofu staggered back. Under the crushing pressure of the enormous aura, it was as if there was an enormous force of millions of kilograms pressing down on him. It wanted to crush his bones, crush his blood, and crush his body into powder. The huge pressure was accompanied by inscriptions that swept out from the space. It was as vast as the ocean. The opponent was a half-region expert. Du Xiaofu's gaze turned grave. The difference in cultivation level was difficult to overcome. There was no way to resist. Golden light shot out as he circulated the golden-winged rock cultivation technique with all his strength. Du Xiaofu wanted to resist with the aura of the golden-winged rock. At the desolate sky leopard once again let out a soft cry of surprise. It had revealed such a surprised expression when it saw the fight between Du Xiaofu and Jin Lin earlier. The aura on its body increased once again, seemingly forming a vast sea of symbols that surged towards Du Xiaofu like a monstrous wave. Golden-winged rock. Du Xiaofu could no longer resist. He immediately shouted and golden inscriptions shot out from his eyes like a vast golden wave. The materialized golden-winged rock wings on his back were activated. The golden-winged rock wings shone brightly. It was as if the golden-winged rock was going to soar and sweep everything away. Golden-winged rock. It really is the golden-winged rock. The desolate leopard was truly shocked. It gradually withdrew its aura and stared at Du Xiaofu. It was as if it was looking at a monster. It was puzzled. The terrifying pressure disappeared. The golden-winged rock wings on Du Xiaofu's back unfolded slightly, releasing a domineering golden light pressure. At that moment, Du Xiaofu was rather pale. How terrifying was a semi-domain sovereign beast! It was an expert that was even more powerful than the chaotic element Martial Saint and Nirvana Martial Saint. You're a human, but you possess the aura of a golden-winged rock. You've purposely concealed it, but I can sense that your body is no different from a true golden-winged rock. Your bones, muscles, limbs, and bones are all the same as a golden-winged rock. You even possess the true golden-winged rock's wings. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable! The desolate leopard had been stunned the entire time, as if it could not believe what it was seeing. It stared at Du Xiaofu and said, "Your blood is also the blood of a golden-winged rock." Back then, Scarlet Rock ingested the blood of a golden-winged rock, which is why it's the current Scarlet Rock. It's a treasure among beasts. "Commander, you haven't brought me here alone just to test my strength, right?" Du Xiaofu stared at the desolate leopard. His golden eyes were sharp and filled with vigilance. He had no choice but to be cautious before a semi-domain sovereign beast. Du Xiaofu could tell how powerful a semi-domain expert was from his master, the venerable artifact, and his brother, Zhen Qinchun. "I brought you here alone because I know who you are," said Yizichen. The shock in the desolate leopard's eyes gradually receded. It regained its composure and looked at Du Xiaofu with a meaningful smile. "Not long ago, Dragon 9 of the Dragons sent people to Desolate Cliff. They hope that I can help them find Du Tingxian and a human called the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Once they're done, they'll give Desolate Cliff some good benefit. Du Xiaofu's golden eyes trembled when he heard that. No wonder Blue Fantasy had told him and Dongli Qingqing to leave immediately. It turned out that Dragon Nine's people had come to Desolate Cliff as well. If I'm not wrong, you should be the Demon King Du Xiaofu, said the Desolate Leopard as it completely withdrew its aura. Phew, Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and straightened his back. The golden wings on his back vanished, and his vigilant expression relaxed. He looked at the Desolate Leopard with a special smile and said, "The great commander really has sharp eyes. It's not that I have sharp eyes, but that girl Blue Fantasy is acting a little strange today. She heard Jin Gu and I talking about the dragons looking for you and Du Tingxian, so she immediately told her savior to leave. Coupled with the descriptions I've heard about you recently, I think you can only be the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, without a doubt." The Desolate Leopard smiled. Its eyes were filled with confidence. It was confident in its guess. "The great commander is afraid of dragons. Could it be that you want to give your daughter's savior to the dragons in exchange for benefits?" Du Xiaofu looked at the Desolate Leopard and said indifferently. Chapter 1052. Brat, you're smart. However, you don't have to use words against me. Although dragons are huge, things are different now. Besides, dragons are only the leaders of the scaled beast. I'm a walking beast, a Qilin. Whether it's the Phoenix clan or the dragons, I don't have a good impression of them. The Desolation Leopard raised his head slightly. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. He had heard about it from Dongli Qingqing. It was said that before the ancient era, the human clan had not yet flourished. At that time, the beast clan had risen. The Qilin, dragons, and phoenixes reigned supreme. The azure dragon reigned supreme for scaled beasts, the phoenix reigned supreme for flying beasts, and the Qilin reigned supreme for walking beasts. However, in the end, it seemed that the dragons and phoenixes teamed up to exterminate the Qilin clan. It was called the Dragon-Phoenix Calamity. Later on, after another great calamity, the human race prospered in this world. Then what does the great commander mean? Du Xiaofu probed. The Desolation Leopard had brought him here alone. Naturally, there was a reason behind it. You're the savior of Blue Fantasy and Scarlet Rock. I didn't hand you over to the dragons and didn't leak the news. I didn't take any benefits from the dragons either. In a way, I've returned the favor, right? Said the Desolation Leopard. Indeed. Du Xiaofu nodded. Although he felt that it was a little far-fetched, the Desolation Leopard's words made him speechless. What he said made sense. Moreover, he didn't have any other motives for saving Scarlet Rock and Blue Fantasy. Alright, then let's talk about things now. You came to the Desolation Cliff, because I heard from Blue Fantasy that you have something to ask of me? The Desolation Leopard smiled with satisfaction and continued to speak to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu looked at the Desolation Leopard. After a while, he said, "I want the great commander to help me find Du Tingxian." "You also want to find Du Tingxian?" Ha 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 ha! The Desolation Leopard's eyes moved. Its deep, black-gray eyes stared at Du Xiaofu. Suddenly, it burst into laughter. Its cape fluttered as it laughed. Then, a meaningful look appeared in its eyes. "Great commander, why are you laughing?" Du Xiaofu. Du Tingxian. Du Xiaofu. Du Tingxian are. Is. Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu. Du. What makes you say that, Grand Commander? Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled, and he became vigilant once more. It is normal for humans to have the same surname. However, the dragons are looking for Du Tingxian. You have caused trouble for the dragons. Now you want to find Du Tingxian. Furthermore, your father is powerful and your son is the Demon King. Isn't it obvious enough? The Desolation Leopard laughed. He was very pleased with himself. He knew that he had guessed correctly. The purple-robed young man in front of him must be the son of Du Tingxian that everyone in the Tianhuang mainland was looking for. They were a powerful human father and son. "Great commander, you have sharp eyes." Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a smile. He was secretly moved. He had not expected the desolation leopard to be so powerful. He had sharp eyes. Most importantly, he was very meticulous. For your father, you even dare to go against the dragons when you have just reached the martial honorable realm. You do live up to the name of the Demon King. I have never had a good impression of humans. I have to say that you have made me see you in a new light. The desolation leopard looked at Du Xiaofu. His deep black eyes revealed a look of admiration. If I am in trouble, my father will do the same. He will risk his life for me. Du Xiaofu also smiled. Although his drunkard father did not say much, he had always been concerned about him. Back then, in the Stone City, an expert from that clan was proof. That's right. As a father, I will not let anyone touch a single hair on my child. I am the same. If anyone dares to touch a single hair on my daughter or Scarlet Rock, I, the Desolation Leopard, will not let them off. I will remember the people from the ancient Fist sect. The Desolation Leopard's eyes were sharp. Then, he looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled. You father and son pair are to my liking. Let's make a deal. I can promise to help you find your father, Du Tingxian. What does the great commander want? Du Xiaofu raised his head. He had a guess in his heart. I want the golden-winged rock blood in your body. I want 2 portions. One for me and one for Blue Fantasy. The Desolation Leopard spoke with a dignified tone. The golden-winged rock is the sovereign of the beasts. The blood in its body will be of great use to me and Blue Fantasy. I will not hide it from you. My cultivation has stagnated. Perhaps the blood in your body will be able to bring me a transformation. Even if you do not agree, I will not let go of such an opportunity. You want to take it by force? Du Xiaofu smiled. The Desolation Leopard shook his head. Although Scarlet Rock is not my biological son and is only my adopted son, he is very close to me. In my heart, he is my biological son without a doubt. He has the body of the ancient Crimson Sky Flaming Ox and the golden-winged rock blood you gave him. His future will definitely surpass mine, so even if it's for Scarlet Rock and Blue Fantasy, I will not take your life. I only want your blood. I'll give you 2 portions of my blood. I can even give the golden-winged rock's ability to you, Blue Fantasy, and Scarlet Rock to comprehend it. It will help you obtain a fortuitous encounter and allow you to break through. Du Xiaofu growled as he stared at the Desolation Leopard. Are you serious? The Desolation Leopard's eyes changed when he heard that. If he could obtain the golden-winged Great Peng's blood and its abilities, he would be able to benefit greatly. He knew very well that there really was an extremely great chance for him to break through. Compared to the benefits that the dragons could give him, just the golden-winged rock's blood alone was many times better. Of course. Not only that, but I also have a great fortuitous encounter that I can give to Blue Fantasy and Scarlet Rock. It's enough for Blue Fantasy and Scarlet Rock to look down on their peers. In my heart, Scarlet Rock is also my younger brother. Although I'm a human, I'm just as close to the beasts as the golden-winged rock's blood flows in me. Du Xiaofu stared at the Desolation Leopard and said seriously, I can even give you that great fortuitous encounter. I guarantee that even if you become a quasi-realm beast sovereign, your strength will increase greatly. Phew, the Desolation Leopard took a deep breath and stared closely at Du Xiaofu with his dark gray eyes. He said, Brat, don't try to trick me. I won't trick you. However, other than helping me find my drunkard father, I have other requests. Du Xiaofu stared straight at the Desolation Leopard with golden eyes. He did not back down and said, I also want your blood, your essence blood. If what you say is true and you can prove it to me, I can give you my essence blood. The Desolation Leopard nodded with anticipation in the depths of his eyes. Not only could he increase his strength, but Scarlet Rock and Blue Fantasy could also look down on their peers. Such benefits were too tempting for him to resist or refuse. After hesitating for a moment, Du Xiaofu stared at the desolation leopard, then gritted his teeth and said, I wonder if the commander has heard of the divine thunder body refinement. Boom! As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, a purple-gold three-legged cauldron flew out from his palm. Purple-gold lightning immediately spread. This is a terrifying and domineering aura of destruction spread, causing the desolation leopard's dark gray eyes to suddenly tremble violently. An aura trembled from his body, causing the cloak on his back to flutter. Night. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Tonight, the moon was bright and the stars were dim. On a rock in a valley, the moonlight shrouded the area. Under the hazy moonlight, a middle-aged man leaned against the rock wall behind the rock. He held a wine jug in his hand and his long black hair was somewhat messy. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man's face that was revealed under his messy long hair was extremely resolute. His slender eyebrows slanted to his temples. Coupled with the beard that covered his face, he seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. However, his thick and long eyelashes softened his originally firm and powerful facial features. It could be said that this face was enough to make all the women in the world take a few more glances. The middle-aged man gazed at the bright moon. His slightly furrowed brows seemed to hide many deep thoughts. After which, he took a sip of wine and softly muttered, Demon King Du Xiaofu, you little bastard. Can't you keep a low profile? Dragons are not to be trifled with. Uncle Tingxian, shouldn't we set off? We can't stay here for long. There are too many people looking for us now. A clear and melodious voice sounded out, and a woman walked over with light steps. Her long skirt outlined a graceful and moving arc, and she revealed an elegant yet slightly charming aura. Under the cover of the moonlight, her eyes seemed to be suffused with a few waves of mist, and her face was enough to cause the downfall of countries and cities like an immortal. Zijin, how's your recovery? The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at the woman with a smile. The woman sat down beside the middle-aged man and intimately held his arm. She also took the wine bottle and put it back in. She raised her head and blinked her bright black eyes. She said, I've already recovered. With Uncle Tingshuan's help, I shouldn't be too far away from that step. However, you should drink less wine. You little girl. The middle-aged man smiled. He looked at the woman in front of him and suddenly said, Xiaofu is only 2 or 3 years younger than you, right? Yes, I'm older. The woman smiled. His sister, Xiaojing, is the same as Xiaofu. She's also a big girl now. She'll definitely be as beautiful as her mother. The middle-aged man smiled. The woman's red lips parted slightly. Her eyes revealed a smile. She said, Uncle Tingxian, are you praising me? I'm not praising you. You're extremely talented, and you've also obtained a great opportunity. Right now, you're already capable of competing with the outstanding people of your generation in this world. Most importantly, your nature is pure and kind. If you still fancy that little bastard, I'll make the decision to talk to your father when we return and let the two of you get married. How about it? The middle-aged man smiled. Chapter 1053. Uncle Tingxian, you're making fun of me again. I'm not worthy of him. He's the Demon King now, someone who can even kill the Saber King Shueqianzhan. A blush crept up the woman's delicate face. Her fairy-like face was delicate and alluring. Under the hazy moonlight, she looked even more beautiful. You're joking. If that brat can marry you, I'll be satisfied. The middle-aged man raised his eyes and smiled. His lips were very thin, and his smile was very pure and happy. Suddenly, his expression changed and he said, Someone's coming. As his voice fell, the middle-aged man's expression and temperament suddenly changed. He looked drunk as he stood up. His clothes were disheveled, and his head was slightly lowered. His long black hair was scattered, covering most of his face and forehead. He looked exactly like a drunkard. The woman also lowered her head and supported the middle-aged man. The two of them slowly walked forward. Swoosh, swoosh, after a while, many figures swept past behind them. Their auras swept past the two of them, and then they hurriedly left. Thunder Rolling Mountain should be not far ahead. We should also go and join in the fun, the middle-aged man said. The smell of alcohol filled the air, but his voice was calm, and there was a hint of strength in it. Under his messy hair, there was a sharp fluctuation in his eyes. In the misty space, there was a terrifying fluctuation of aura, and there was also a tragic scream. In the space, Du Xiaofu was rolling on the ground. The blue runes on his body soared into the sky. The mysterious runes condensed into the shadow of a desolation panther, covering Du Xiaofu's body. The surging aura was like a stormy sea. There was a terrifying energy attacking Du Xiaofu's body. That majestic and violent energy attacked Du Xiaofu's organs, bones, muscles, and cells. It was like 10,000 beasts were galloping in his body, wanting to destroy Du Xiaofu's body completely. The violent energy shockwave wanted to tear Du Xiaofu's body to shreds. And this was only Du Xiaofu. If it was anyone else, they would have already been turned into pieces. Du Xiaofu screamed miserably. Pain, excruciating pain. It was as if his body was being torn apart by 1,000 blades, as if a sledgehammer was continuously striking his body from the inside out. Du Xiaofu suffered unspeakably from the intense pain, as if his body was about to explode. All of this was because Du Xiaofu had consumed the blood essence of the Desolation Panther, a half-domain level Desolation Panther. The higher the level of the demonic beast, the better its essence blood would be for cleansing one's bones. This made Du Xiaofu unable to resist his desire for strength. Knowing that the half-domain Desolation Sky Leopard's essence blood contained vast amounts of energy, he did not hesitate to try. Du Xiaofu reached an agreement with the Desolation Leopard. He would use his essence blood and the Divine Lightning Cauldron to refine his body in exchange for the Desolation Leopard's essence blood and a chance to find his alcoholic father. Using the violent energy contained in the Desolation Leopard's essence blood to cleanse one's bones was also what Du Xiaofu wanted. In order to exchange for the Desolation Leopard's essence blood, Du Xiaofu had even exposed the Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron. If it was purely for the Desolation Leopard's essence blood, Du Xiaofu would not have exposed the Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron. Once the news was leaked, all the experts in Tianhuang mainland who had originally come for the Divine Lightning Cauldron would eventually come for his Divine Lightning Cauldron. Exposing the Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron also stemmed from Du Xiaofu's intuition, which allowed him to have some trust in the Desolation Leopard. More importantly, even if the Desolation Leopard was the first to attempt to snatch it, Du Xiaofu would still be able to escape. The Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron was definitely not something that could be easily obtained. Under the violent energy, Du Xiaofu rolled all over the ground. His body was enveloped by the blue Desolation Leopard's shadow, and his face was already flushed red. Du Xiaofu clenched his teeth and endured, but now was not the time to scream. The more violent the energy contained in the essence blood of a demonic beast, the better the effect. After more than 10 hours, Du Xiaofu, who was rolling all over the ground, finally managed to get up. He formed a seal with his hands and circulated the golden rock technique. He used his profound qi to guide the violent essence blood of the Desolation Leopard in his body to cleanse his bones. Using his profound qi to guide the essence blood to cleanse his bones, the intense pain in his body caused Du Xiaofu to break out in a cold sweat. Light gradually spread out from within his body. The dazzling golden light was accompanied by the flickering of talismans and mysterious runes, shining brightly. There were also blue runes that constantly changed. In the end, they turned into the shadow of a Desolation Leopard, faintly enveloping Du Xiaofu. It was ferocious and ferocious, as if it wanted to tear Du Xiaofu into pieces. The terrifying Desolate Sky Leopard's blood essence was simply too vast and surging. Under the circulation of the golden-winged Great Rocks technique, other than cleansing his marrow, It also turned into dense xian qi that surged into Du Xiaofu's divine watchtower. And all of this was limited to Du Xiaofu. If it were anyone else, it would be a disaster. Roar, in the depths of the mountains and forests of the Tianhuang mainland, the roars of beasts were incessant. There were savage beasts of the Tianhuang mainland everywhere. Waves of fiendish aura spread out, causing people to be wary. Thunder Rolling Mountain was a vast and enormous mountain range. It was rumored that the divine Thunder Mansion would eventually appear in Thunder Rolling Mountain. Someone had seen lightning flashing across the sky in the vicinity of Thunder Rolling Mountain. Not long after, countless people surged towards the vicinity of Thunder Rolling Mountain. Everyone was looking for the divine Thunder Mansion. It is said that there are countless treasures in the divine Thunder Mansion. There are also treasures, divine weapons, and supreme techniques. The inheritance of the Jinlei Tensei is in the divine Thunder Mansion. Whoever is fated to obtain it will be able to become a peerless expert. There are more and more experts coming recently. There are even a few half-domain realm experts. I wonder if there are any martial domain realm experts coming. If such experts come, I'm afraid we won't have any hope of obtaining the treasures. That's not necessarily true. Treasures have always been obtained by those who are fated. Moreover, it is said that the younger generation has the greatest hope of obtaining the inheritance of the Jinlei Tensei. The stronger one is, the higher the chance of obtaining it. Those top experts are only here to escort the disciples of the Mountain Gate to obtain it. There were people everywhere in the Tianhuang mainland talking about it. From time to time there would be dispute. The disputes between the human race and the beast race were even more intense, attracting more and more people to gather. The appearance of the divine Thunder Mansion and the possibility of the inheritance of the Jinlei Tensei stirred up a storm. Countless experts surged into the Tianhuang mainland, but the top experts had a tacit understanding with each other. They did not make a move or even interfere. If those top experts were to make a move, it would probably be enough to destroy the entire Tianhuang mainland. By then, the entire Tianhuang mainland, or even the real Kyushu, would not be at peace. It would be enough to cause heavy losses to all parties. Therefore, the true top experts would not make a move because they had scruples. Everything would be left to the younger generation to settle. Anyway, only the younger generation had the greatest hope of obtaining the inheritance of the Jinlei Tensei. Whoever was fated to obtain the greatest opportunity would have the greatest opportunity. The mighty group of people headed towards Thunder Rolling Mountain. Countless people flooded into Thunder Rolling Mountain. Roar! All of a sudden, the roars of beasts sounded like thunder in a canyon. A dense wave of beasts surged down and charged towards a group of people. The beast tide surged over. Even though they were still a distance away, there was an extremely ferocious aura pressing down on the vast sky. Countless mysterious symbols flickered as numerous enormous bodies charged over from the sky and on the ground, seemingly blotting out the sun. It's a wave of beasts. Run! The crowd panicked instantly. The elderly and middle-aged men immediately told the younger generation disciples to run first. Even the experts had to retreat when the terrifying wave of beasts gathered together. Roar! The wave of beasts surged and roared thunderously. Ferocious auras erupted from their bodies as they spat out dazzling runes from their mouths. There were tens of thousands of them, and everywhere they passed, the ground shook as if they were about to be destroyed. Damn it! Why are these beasts getting more and more ferocious recently? Countless experts made a move. Dazzling runes intertwined and their auras erupted. They blocked the wave of beasts, causing the entire area to rumble. Roar! Another thunderous roar came from afar as an even larger wave of beasts surged over. Countless huge beasts rushed over, crushing the ground and shaking the mountains. Their ferocious auras caused the wind to blow and the clouds to surge. Run, run quickly! The wave of beasts is too huge. An elderly man shouted and protected the disciples of the sect as they fled quickly. However, many of them were swept up in the wave of beasts. They let out miserable cries and died tragically in the end. In a dark forest, rays of light filled the air as if a treasure had appeared. Many figures from a group of forces entered. Their auras were fierce and vigorous. A few of them had reached the revered realm, and many of them were martial emperors. "There's a heavenly treasure. Be careful," someone spoke. His voice could not hide his excitement and happiness. Rumble, suddenly, the surrounding space trembled. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Dazzling ancient runes rose from the night sky, revealing a fierce, killing intent. The mysterious ancient runes flickered and a murderous aura filled the sky. This was an ancient formation that wanted to kill everything. "Oh no, that's an ancient formation. We've been trapped," a spiritual talisman master shouted with a serious expression. "Retreat quickly. Think of a way to break the formation," an expert shouted. Endless runes erupted from the revered realm expert. Their bodies shone brightly, and their auras burned like raging flames to protect the younger generation. However, the ancient formation was too terrifying. Even the revered realm experts were killed immediately. Miserable cries could be heard. Many figures were directly destroyed in fear as they were killed by the ancient formation. In the night sky, in the dark valley, more than 100 figures walked past. In the lead was a white-robed old man with white hair and a white beard. He carried an ancient sword on his back. As the night breeze blew, his hair danced in the wind. He looked like a super expert,